now. Oh, yeah.
Oh man! So
Good morning, everybody.
there we go. Good morning. Welcome to another exciting edition of MetalHeads Unite. A special guest on this week. Don't know exactly when he'll be joining us, but we told him that just whenever he wants to jump in, just double dutch it in.
Well, he said he was gonna try to call in about 11:15, his time, because he's up in Pennsylvania. I said, hey, that's
okay, yeah.
It's totally fine. Told him that was totally fine.
He said he's in Pennsylvania.
That's where he said he was. He said he was up in Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay. I know the band's based out of Chicago. That's why I was kind of okay. Well, I mean, that's not far off.
No, I mean, I know he's originally from New Jersey. So.
Oh, gotcha. Another one of the jazzies.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. But yeah, he should be here. He should be here shortly. So that'll be cool. And
we got. Finish it up on the back end of the interviews. Jersey, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
We get a lot of we got a lot of what's that, Dan?
I'm playing God mode here real quick. I apologize. I was typing in the chat, and I'm like, I'm originally from Jersey. I live in Pennsylvania. I didn't realize that I was going to come under your group name and everything else. I'm sorry. So
you're good. That was kind of like that was kind of funny because I was like, oh wait a minute, that's
yeah.
I was like, we're both on here, and I know neither one of us are from Jersey.
I was going to say, if anybody's not from Jersey, it's the two of you.
Yeah.
So
it's all in the cornbread name, and let you know that we're not from Jersey.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Anyway, great show, all. Have fun.
Thanks, bud. Yep, but the Northeast, the Northeast gets represented a lot here.
Yeah.
Extinction AD, one of the last. Eyes of the Living, Sepsis.
Right.
So I mean,
so big. We're wherever the market's at, we're down with it no matter what.
Oh well, of course. We absolutely are.
Run through these real quick and get that out of the way.
That'll work.
From January 21st, because I got from last week through January 20th. The 21st leftover was Zane Smith. He was a vocalist and guitar. On check those out. January 20th for LA Guns and Wasp. Not a bad resume there. We had Steven Adler, drummer for Guns N' Roses from 85 to 90, and frequent visitor of the what was that Dr. Rehab show that they had?
Celebrity Rehab.
Yeah, he was on there a lot, unfortunately.
Yeah, he was.
Man. Then we have Ben Moody, guitarist for Evanescence from 95 to 03. And I'm actually wondering, I meant to look this up, but I'm actually wondering if he, I know like the band Evanescence, when they broke up, Amy Lee kind of kept the name, but created a whole new band. And I think the Evanescence band went on with one of the, I can't remember her name, but she was a contestant on American Idol. And they created a new band. I can't remember the name of it to save my life. So, yeah, it's definitely something I need to look into. And that way I'm more prepared. But, like I said, we were preparing for an interview today, so I wasn't trying to do any extra research today. January 23rd, we had Samsa Astala, former drummer for Lordi. January 24th, we had Nigel Glockler, drummer for Saxon. John Mayung, bassist for Dream Theater. I don't even know if I pronounced that right, but Michael Kiske, vocalist for Halloween from 86 to 93, and then rejoined in 2016 until the present, which I think that band, their vocalist spots right now are
there's Elvin,
freaking real.
There's Elvin. Elvin.
Hey, what's
Hi.
up?
What's going on?
Hey, Elvin.
How's
Not
it
too
going?
much.
Nice to be on the show.
Yeah, we
How are you?
appreciate the short response because I know you didn't have a whole lot of time because it was originally supposed to be Tony, and then he was just like, "Oh, dude, I just realized that said AM. He thought it was in the afternoon." So
Oh, no problem.
he's like, "I got to work, but I almost shoot Elvin over." It's okay. So glad
Yeah.
glad we still got it all worked out. So
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you for inviting me.
yeah, and there's a lot going on in the spillage camp too recently. So can't wait to dig into that. So,
Yeah, I got a little bit going on.
yeah, and I just want to say, like, we first came across you guys at the Metal Devastation Festival here in Tennessee. We
Oh,
were
right
out
on.
there. Yeah, we were out there and kind of like promoting our.
Okay, you know what? Actually, I remember you now. I remember meeting you that night.
Oh, I
Can
think
you hear me?
Jason.
Yeah, there you go.
We can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I remember meeting you. I believe that night.
Yeah,
That was a great fun, great show.
yeah. It was so cool to see the different, like all the different types of genres of metal represented that night. So it's cool to see that. So not kind of a one dimensional death metal fest or something like that. So
Oh,
it
it
was
definitely
really cool.
was not.
Yeah, of course, we've been big Eyes of the Living followers. That we've had them on the show before, so they kind of the one that kind of drug us out there, which we would have went anyway, just because we're in Tennessee. So it wasn't that far of a drive for us. So
Yeah, a lot of people seemed to really had a great time that day. The whole entire day, just hanging out and just being a part of that was a lot of fun.
I think it's going to be a go this year too. So can't wait to see who all they get lined up on it for this year. So
Is it going to happen this year? Because I'm seeing they had trouble. They're trying to not make it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they did have some hiccups there in the beginning, but I think it's kind of worked itself out. So I'm not sure. I'm sure there's still going to be some people still trying to keep it from happening, but I don't see anything legally they're going to be able to do at this point because they tried that already. So,
Yeah.
So it was pretty much the town and the national park system was just like, yeah, we don't have anybody to staff that to take over.
Right.
Yeah, I do know that I can't remember where I read it, but I did see something where I don't know if it was the county or because I can't remember what county Lexington's in, or I don't know. So I don't know if it was county or city, but I do know that there was something either passed or something. There was some sort of legislation that was talked about. I don't know if it was like a change in city ordinance or something like that, but they were trying to get something done locally. At least the people who were against it, and I believe it was either like the city councils or something like that, or some sort of county commission who said that there's really no reason to change the free use policy on the park, because there was nothing, there was, Zach and Raven, they didn't do, they did everything that they needed to do to get all the permits and everything was up to code and on spec, and they followed all the protocols they were supposed to do, and I mean they had all the, from what I can tell, they had enough security there. There was a police presence there the whole day.
Everything was cool.
Yeah. So as far as we could tell, I didn't see anyone or hear anyone getting rowdy. I didn't see anyone, who even looked like they were halfway hammered. Everyone behaved. Everyone acted like they were supposed to. As the day went on, the mosh pits showed up and stuff like that. But that's to be expected. So
it was fun. Everybody was having fun. Nobody was fighting. Yeah, nobody was.
Yeah.
No.
They shoot cops were really cool. Everybody was really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see anything to indicate that there was any issues and no reason why it couldn't happen again.
Yeah.
So there's always going to be, especially with our genre of music, there's always going to be these dissenters. It's always going to happen. So it kind of comes with kind of comes with the territory, fair or unfair. And of course,
I bet-
most times it is unfair because it's an uneducated perspective, and it's just a knee jerk reaction, and then nothing ever happens. There were no
Here,
portals to hell, which is what the people were afraid of. So
I'll put a comparison out there that'll really piss them off. Is I think it went just as well as a church revival would have went. So.
Yeah.
that is true. Hell, I think there was less chanting at the festival.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun on that stage. The crowd was great that day. That was the last show we did, actually. We haven't played a show since. And
oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, we've been just working on. We kind of pretty much finished mixing the live record, and we're going to put that out hopefully in March or April. We're not sure yet. Around that time, and we've been mixing and recording for the past few months the new record. And just doing that, man. Just ready to start the new cycle. Crush.
Yeah. Cool. I can't wait to check that out. So, but just wanted to come up. Like I said, y'all had some big things going on. January seems like a big month for you guys. You had Billy with a birthday this past week, and then you got one coming up, correct?
No, I think Tony is.
Tony's got one coming. Okay, I knew somebody else in the band had one coming up. So.
Yeah, Billy just had his birthday, and I think he just got back from Hawaii with his wife. She took him over there and had a 60th birthday over there, and I think he went into a volcano. I think he made it back okay.
Kilauea is I was going to say Kilauea is actually actively erupting right now as we speak. So.
Oh wow! Maybe he'll have stories to tell us later on about that if he went over there.
So what you're saying is they're about to increase their land mass.
Exactly. Yep. The Big Island is almost always expanding because of Kilauea.
I've been there twice in Honolulu. It was beautiful, awesome.
Then I think Tony also told me
I got to go once.
Did you? Awesome.
Yeah.
I think Tony also told me that you guys are celebrating 10 years of Spillage, so that's pretty big.
Yeah, I've been in the band. I was not on the first record. Spillage, their first album came out 2000. I want to say 2014 or 15. I'm not positive. I have the record. Hold on a second. So this is the first Spillage record. Yeah. And a lot of great songs on this record. And this came. I can't read what it says. I want to say 2015 or 2000.
It came out. It came out in 15. Yeah, I have your guys' bio page at Encyclopedia Metallum pulled up. So yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So I knew about the record, and because I'm a big fan of the band Trouble, and the guitar player Franklin produced their record. So I was like, I knew about it coming out, and I kind of knew Tony a little bit. I can't remember how, but it might have been something to do with Trouble or something like that. So then this album came out. I listened to it, dug it. It was all good. And then a year later, I don't know what kind of issues they had with their band and stuff like that, but they needed a new singer. And around 2016, I spoke with Tony. I actually met up with Tony at a Trouble show. He was a guitar tech for a show they were doing out in Philadelphia. I'm in Pennsylvania. The band's out in Illinois. Right. All the members are out from there. So I went up to Philly and saw the show, talked to Tony for a bit. And this had nothing to do with me joining the band. I think at that point I was in I did a project with the guitar player from Dio, Tracy G. I don't know if you ever heard of him. He's done records. He did 2 records with Dio, Strange Highways and Angry Machines. So I did a fucking really cool thing with him via internet. We wrote a record together, and I was putting that out. And I think I spoke with Tony when he was doing radio interviews, because we had similar friends that were help me promote, do some radio ads and stuff like that for the album. And that's when I started to get to know these guys. And I went out to the show, talked to Tony. It was cool and everything. But just fast forward a little bit, in 2016, he got in touch with me about a month prior to playing a show in Maryland. So I'm in Pennsylvania. I'm like 3 hours away in Maryland. I was like, he said, hey, my band's playing out in Maryland doing this big Doom Festival show, and and we don't have a singer, and Tony was pretty much filling in on those shows because he had commitments to play those shows. So I think he played a show prior somewhere in Chicago, and then they were going to plan on playing that show in Maryland with, I think, Tony singing. So Tony spoke to me about a month prior and said, "Hey, what's up? I heard you on an interview talking with whatever bands I was in at the point," and I was really, I was doing, like I said, I was doing internet, via internet, working with other musicians and stuff and writing albums, but I wasn't playing live. I wasn't going out playing shows. I was doing, cover bands or whatever in my area, but I wanted to play shows, live, original bands. So he knew that, and asked if I wanted to try out over, at the Maryland Doom Fest to jam out and do the set. So he gave me I pretty much learned the first record in about a month, and drove over to Maryland, met the guys pretty much that day on a Friday. Spent the night at a hotel, hanging out with them guys, getting to know them, and it was interesting because I kind of was prepared for the songs. The guys were prepared themselves, but they didn't really know me that well. We were getting to know each other, so it was kind of like, "Hey, is this gonna work? I don't know." Just jumped on stage, and we did kind of like a little rehearsal thing in the hotel before doing it, and yeah, went and did the show, and everything just clicked, man. Everything was really cool, really, really solid. The crowd really dug it, and that was in August of 2016, and then he asked me to join the band in September of that year, and I said, "Fuck yeah!" And we instantly clicked, and we were going to work out, issues like, "Hey, we're going to go play some shows in Illinois. Here's a ticket, fly out, and rehearse a little bit, and play the shows." And been doing that with the band since 2016, and that's how we've always done it up to now. Still the same way, and we're and this is my third record with them now, so it's really cool.
Yeah. So. So you did just say, because like everyone is out in Illinois and you're up in the Northeast. So how often? I mean, because you said earlier a little bit ago that you guys haven't gotten to play live yet since the festival. So let's see, that was October. So I mean, we're going on about 4 months ago. So I mean, you're mixing a live album, you're recording, another LP. So is the recording process taking priority over any touring right now? Are there any upcoming shows, even some one-offs while the new record's being put together?
I don't know about anything being set up right now, but we're working on something. I just don't have anything to announce at this time. But yeah, eventually we will start playing some shows and get back into that. But yeah, we're pretty much mixing the new record right now. It's the new record. It's a new phase for us.
Yeah.
It's another step. I feel like, I don't know. We did Blood of Angels as our second record, and we really started to get our formula, I guess, with this lineup of how we write songs and arrange songs and what we're going to talk about. And then we moved on to Electric Exorcist, and I just think we brought it up another level of writing really epic, complex kind of story type songs. I feel like we keep getting better and better at it, writing together. And when we write songs together, we have two guitar players in the band, and Nick, both Dervik and Tony Spillman, and when I work with them separately, we come up with different type of songs. It's really interesting. It's really easy to work with both of them, and Nick will come up. Me and Nick tend to write really cool, like epic story type songs, such as like Electric Exorcist and Book of Secrets and a few other songs I can't remember right now. But and then when I write with Tony, I'm writing really solid, in your face, structured songs like Erased or Blood or songs off of Blood of Angels like Eyes of the Snake or some deep cuts like that. But in this record now, I think this record is almost kind of a combination of both in writing, where they're really strong songs. Uh, they're not, they're also not some. They're not as long. Some are a little shorter. Um, some are. It's hard to explain, but I just feel like we really stepped it up another level in songwriting. Just really being really tight and heavy, and just kind of just really strong topics on this record too.
So is this going to be in keeping with like the same theme as Electric Exorcist, or is this going to be kind of like a new theme? Because you're talking about like another phase of the band, like another forward evolution of the band. So is it going to be thematically keeping in the same vein, or is there going to be like taking off in some
So,
sort of different direction?
well, we started writing this stuff, these songs, and coming up with, you know, the group of songs. The group of songs we ended up with, kind of, uh, a lot of them have, COVID was happening,
Hmm.
so there's a few songs with I wouldn't say so much political kind of background, but just more just the ambience, the feel of what what's been happening the past few years, and just the fear kind of bass shit. So there's some songs about stuff like that. There's songs about life experiences within myself, within the uh, I don't want to. I don't think I should say any of the titles of the new songs, but just like
That's
one song,
fine.
one song is almost like the idea of the angel on the left side of your shoulder and the devil on the right, and we all kind of live our lives, with that little dose of that darkness that we try to just want to be a good person kind of thing, and just always trying to avoid. You're just being surrounded by so much hate and just so much darkness going on right now. You're just trying to keep it together. So there's a song about that that's pretty intense, and we kind of gone a little bit of a, I wouldn't say a sci-fi route, but more like just the growth of technology in our
Mhm.
lives now, and just maybe some topics on songs like that. But yeah, it's pretty varied on this record. But like I said, it just feels like I'm listening back to a few of the mixed tracks right now, and it's just solid stuff, man. Just really, really proud of it. So hopefully everybody else will dig it too, and I think it's a little more people can embrace it. It's not just metal thrash, darkness, Satan shit. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. I think a lot of other people, like maybe my friend's mom might be like, "Oh, this is pretty cool. Maybe she could dance to it, or move along to it." So I just think it's got really a good groove, and it's heavy, and just
Well,
proud of it.
I
Really proud.
was I was actually about to mention that because I mean, I went back through, obviously the entire catalog during the week. Of course, there are only 3 albums, but there was always like on all 3 records, even though like you say you weren't on the first one, there still seemed to have always been like a groove oriented bass to the sound anyway.
Oh yeah.
So at least at least to my ears. I mean, I obviously that a lot of people listen to music isn't always received the same by everyone. So, but I mean, so it's kind of actually funny that you say that because that's kind of exactly the groove oriented, because I know you guys are on Encyclopedia Metallum, you guys are listed as a heavy slash doom metal band, and I think that's a pretty apt description for your guys' overall sound. But I always thought like from the get go that there was always like a groove bass foundation
Yeah.
to
Like
the sound anyway. So
yeah.
with you saying that, just mentioning groove, you know, as far as the part of the composition of the new album, it kind of like lends itself to like I say, just to me. I know Jason's having a little bit of issues with his Wi-Fi, which is kind of ironic because it's usually me who is having the connectivity problems. So, but again, like you just said, technology. I mean, you gotta love it. But yeah, so in keeping with that sound, but I wanted to ask you about your vocal style specifically, because like I say, I went back all the way through, and of course, aside from the first album, I was wondering, like, because I know you're in other bands. You had some other bands. You're still in Pain Savior, as far as I know. You're still listed as active there. So, little bit maybe. Well, anyway.
Well, yeah, that was the album I did with Tracy G from Dio, and that was back in 2013. So that was, like I said, that was if anything, basically working with a fucking, a mentor, a teacher, someone who's
okay. All right.
Who basically, yeah, I wrote a record with him back in 2013, and he works with tons of musicians and vocalists and stuff, and still to this day he does projects, and we may go back, and he's asked me not that long ago if I wanted to be a part of a song that he's doing for one of his records. Pretty much Pain Savior is just that record. There's nothing like.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I joined Spillage. I did Tracy G, Pain Savior, 2013. 2015, I did a record with a guitar player named Steven Helmer, and in a band called Helmer. So we put out a record called Helmer, and then I joined Spillage, and that was in between Helmer and Spillage. We tried to do another record for Helmer in between that, but like Spillage, I had to put 100% into that band, and that's kind of when that's my band. This is where I'm at.
Sure.
I don't, like I said, I'm always open to writing songs or for my friends, and whenever they need it for their records and stuff like that. But Spillage is my band. Yeah.
So what exactly, like, what would you say, like, as far as your vocal style goes, would be kind of where your influences would lie? Because I have a couple of names in my head, as far as kind of like maybe where you would have maybe gotten some of your influence from, just based on what I heard on and actually, when Jason gets back, he may be able to back me up on this if we're still talking about it. Because when I heard you guys at the festival, I was sitting there and I was like, he sounds like, blank. And then I was like, and obviously I mean that, in the best way possible. But so I was kind of wondering where, your influences lie as far as like the vocal style that you developed over.
No, cool. I appreciate that. Thank you. Well, I'm 51 years old. I grew up in New Jersey, and my next door neighbor turned me on to Kiss and Sabbath and Nazareth and Rainbow and all these cool classic heavy Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz days. He was like 10 years older than me, so he used to give me all his scratched up Kiss records and shit like that. So I grew up right off the bat listening to that. But I also, I was surrounded by all my first cousins around me growing up that were a bit older than me. They were all like Deadheads, you know what I mean? Like Grateful Dead. I was just so right off the bat, I was surrounded by all types of music. But when I started singing in bands, I was around 15, 16 years old, and I was in that metal scene, in the thrash metal scene, growing up in the 80s. I believe my older brother, this kind of changed everything for me, and trying to find really cool singers that I dug. So, MTV, the whole era in the 80s, I loved Wasp, like singers like Blackie Lawless and stuff like that, with that rasp and a little bit of darkness in them. So that's definitely an influence that started in the beginning. And then I was introduced to, around 84, 85, my brother had a big party at his house, and some of his friends left some records left him at his house. And it was Slayer, Hell Awaits, Merciful Fate, Don't Break the Oath, and I believe it was something else. I can't remember what the band was. But that really turned me on to like the heavier, darker side of thrash with those type of strong singers. So Tom Araya, I consider an influence, Slayer. And then, I really got into Death Angel and those types of singers. But then I moved on to bands like when I first heard Trouble in 1990, which I know they've been out forever, but when I heard the self-titled Trouble album, that solidified the type of lyric writing I wanted to write about, more of that. Because I was, I was in that whole phase of thrash metal where it's just satanic music and blah, blah, blah. And all, and I know it's all like just horror type, theme stuff. And I loved it and just description because I'm a big horror fan. So I dug all that, but I kind of got burnt out on that after a while. So I think when Trouble's self-titled record came out, to me, that was more like, there was such it's the heaviness of the guitars. There's the darkness to that, but the lyrics were like showing darkness, but showing positive sides of it too. That really clicked for me. And Eric Wagner, I just went all the way back to his catalog, going back to the first few albums, and it really big influence on me. And from there on, just being into that type of music really changed my life. On top of Rob Halford from Judas Priest, John Bush from Anthrax, and Armored Saint. I mean, John Bush, to me, I was really dug him when I really started getting into him because I felt like the key of my voice was kind of close to his. So that really molded me a little bit more into getting into that. And that's what I'm saying. For some reason, I feel like when Spillage came along, and after writing songs, Tracy G from Dio, getting learning a lot about how to sing, because he's been singing with fucking Ronnie James Dio for God knows how many years, and for him to ask me to sing with him, and he would say, I'm writing the same type of stuff that that I would give Ronnie or whatever, and I'm like, whoa, that's fucking awesome. So if anything, it made me a better songwriter and singer, and just how to just approach songs and stuff like that. So when Spillage came along, I just really felt like it was the perfect fit for me of how to write songs, how to really put my everything that all my influences and just be myself. I really became myself with Spillage. So I don't know. That's just a few influences of singers and stuff like that. But,
Yeah. I see
So,
that. Like I write stuff for Ronnie James Dio here. No pressure.
Yeah, no kidding.
oh, it's all cool.
So you were, yeah. So when you were, running down the list there, I kind of smiled when you got to John Bush, because he was actually one of the singers I actually had in my mind, as far as kind of like, I can hear this and I can hear this. So when you mentioned John Bush, I was like, there, what did he called it? So, and then, to me, like I say, some of the hold on, cat wants out. So, a couple of the other, especially like kind of like on some of the lower end of your range, I could hear a little bit of early Bruce Dickinson, and to a certain extent on certain songs on the Electric Exorcist album. I was like, man, he has got a little bit of Tim Ripper Owens in him, and so like I say, that was just kind of, those three guys particularly were some of the influences I heard. So I was kind of happy to hear that John Bush was kind of one of your influences too, because I was able to kind of pick that up in my ear too.
Right.
So, but it's kind of good. But at the same time, I can kind of see, especially with those influences, and then with the band you're in now, talking about how you felt you found your niche with this band, because the way you sound with the musical compositions, I can understand how it felt to you like everything had clicked when you guys started playing together, because it seems like there's kind of like a seamlessness to the music. So
Yeah. There really is, man, and it's always funny because when we do interviews with the band and other just talking, we get along so well. We all really do connect on a level to where it's like, hey, I got a riff, and it's like, oh, okay, well, I'll put this over it, and they're like, yes, it just, and then we work on it to just make it even better. Everybody's on the same page, and you don't get that with a lot of bands, because I've been in a lot of fucking bands. And, and it's always this one or two that are always going to be like, you're fucking it up. Just like, it's like, oh, we had just the perfect, we have 6 guys in this band, and we all really are on the same level. We all really do get along really well. I think we've all been through the bullshit of hey, just trying to get a band going, either writing originals or even just doing covers. So all of it's really, really special.
Do you think?
And
Do you think it kind of helps to, of course, you've been in the band since, like you said, 2016. So you're going on, 7 years now. Do you think it helps, the chemistry and being able to get all of you to get on the same page? Do you think it kind of helps that you guys are all, a little bit older? Do you think?
sure.
You're the maturity level, and everyone's learned to put their egos aside and be able to compromise and be like, all right, I'm not going to be such a hard ass, so.
Right. Yeah, I definitely think it's that. I think we're mature enough to, if we're going to work something out, if somebody has a disagreement, we'll just talk it out and figure it out. And I think it also helps that I live here and I don't live over there, so we're not seeing each other every 10 seconds. How it was back then. They're always each other, rehearsing 3 or 4 times a week. Like, after a while, you get a little annoyed with each other. But but I miss them guys, and we all miss each other. We mention it all the time. Like I said, we haven't played since October, so it's like, we're itching to play some shows. But we know we have a lot of special things coming up, and yeah, definitely. So so the live record, March. Hopefully, we'll see what happens. March, April. Shoot that out. There's going to be 7 songs on that record. We recorded it at the Brower House, and what's the name of Brower House in Illinois? I can't remember the name of the Lombard, Illinois. So that was back in
Lombard. Okay, yeah. All right.
Lombard, and I think we did that. I want to say that was we did the Tennessee show in October. I want to say maybe it was September or August. We recorded that at the Brower House, and we had Larry Burns engineer that, and that went really cool. We had a bunch of songs we recorded, went back, and it took a little bit to kind of mix it and get it just right. But we are at that point where we're ready to get that out there really soon. And so there's 3 songs from Electric Exorcist on that album, and 4 songs from Blood of Angels from that record. So we kind of just did that. And there's also 2 tracks. We did an interview with I don't know if you ever heard of the Metal Deli. Her name's Kimmy, and she interviewed us, I believe, right before we put the album Electric Exorcist out. It's on YouTube. You can catch the whole entire interview on YouTube. But we took 2 clips from that interview, and we have audio clips that'll be on the CD, part of the live record. So that'll be at the end of the album. Cool. That's something a little extra. Just explains the interview with Tony about, basically, what his idea was when he put the band together, which is, his idea was like a 70s riff rock band. Mm-hmm. And, everybody was on board with that. And then, and then I came in and made it, a little heavier, a little darker, and just, beefed it up, just, added some new elements to it. And everybody added their elements to it. So it came out really cool. So yeah, that's what's next. And then, like I said, Paul, no date, no exact date yet for the new record, but we're wrapping that up and listening to some tracks from that and giving the okay.
Yeah, I was going to ask that.
I'm sure when that releases, me and Chris both will be checking that out to pass on to all of our folks too. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Bruce Franklin, a guitar player from Trouble, he produced this record for us. He produced all the Spillage records. So that was great. It's always fucking awesome to work with Bruce Franklin. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of Trouble, and just total respect for his guitar playing, his songwriting, and just him as a person. Fucking awesome dude, great friend, and had a really good time. I went out a few months ago and did my recordings. I did like 4 days of vocal recordings for that record, and Bruce was a part of that for like a few of those days. And we also, it was engineered by Doug McGee, who's he has a studio called Alpha Sound Studios in Geneva, Illinois, and we recorded out there. And he's a super cool guy, great guy, we had a lot of fun. And yeah, just seeing what happens next, and should be fun.
So I got to pass a lot of. I might have to pass some of your music over to our friends over at Decibel Geek because they're Big Trouble fans over there. So yeah, so I think they would dig y'all stuff too. But so
I think so.
They're more of the 80s and 90s rock phase with the hair metal and all that. So they know about all that stuff more than we did. We're mainly we mainly started this thing to try to promote bands that we thought should be more known than what they are. So I mean that was our goal, was to try to get, even if we only get you 100 fans, we we want to get you that extra 100. So
right.
Because I said we everybody that we interview here, we got faith in that they can, they have a much opportunity for a bigger fan base. So
yeah, that's cool. No, we appreciate that. That's really cool. We're all in on this. We're all trying to just keep this alive for as long as we can. No.
Now I think the funniest thing about the whole like meeting you guys was because I had talked to you guys before y'all went on stage, and you said and I said, well, when do you guys go on? And I think it was you that said this, and you were like, well, just look for the giant gnome playing drums, and we'll be that's us. And I was like, okay.
Big man, Chris Martin's on drums. Yeah. We actually were too. We got a lot of photos taken. And we put a little sign that said, "Have your picture taken with the garden gnome." Yeah. And that was a great draw. That was a great, got some attention to our booth for a while, and then people, saw us play and dug us even more.
And he was a good sport about it too. So it was awesome. So yeah, so that's what I think is, like, you got to have that, that kind of relationship with the people you're in a band with. Is you have the seriousness, and you have the joking to a certain level. You don't go crazy and start playing Ozzy pranks or nothing, but
yeah.
Well, the funny thing about it too is, like, every, a lot of the vast majority of, like, the photos I've seen, as far as, like, band shots of you guys, he's got that hat on, so it's like he's almost like leaned into the skid. It's like, well, I'm gonna run with this shit and just see how long I can ride this thing out. So
he's had that same look since I met him, man. That's so that's great. That's great. Yeah. And he's a fucking killer drummer, by the way. Don't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah, he is. Yeah,
he absolutely is.
Hard hitter. He works his ass off with his band, and he's I don't know if you know the story, but I mean, Chris, the drummer, the guitar player Nick, and Paul, they went to I believe they went to, like, high school together, or they've been playing together in bands for a long time. So I mean, I think you could really hear that in the band too, and the rest of the guys too, even Billy and Tony. They've all known each other for a really long time. So you could tell that connection when you hear the playing and the tightness. And
it said that Chris and Tony were in a previous band called Epitaph. And it seems like when I read this, I'm like, that name sounds so familiar. So, but I haven't went back and listened to anything from those guys. So maybe when I hear it, it would actually be like, oh. But the name did ring a bell when I heard it. I said that name sounds so familiar. So I mean, obviously they've like I said, I think it's more of, you've been in a lot of bands, they've been in a few bands. So I think it's all that experience together makes you guys, successful as you are. So
yeah, I kind of feel the same way. We've had that talk before, where it's like, I think I was doing my thing for all those years, and then they were doing all their thing for all those years, and then eventually it was just like, all right, this is, it just worked. It was a good timing. It was good. Everybody just, like I said, gets along really well, respects each other, and that keeps it a tight unit. That keeps us. We all have the same goal to just go up there and do as best as we possibly can. Even if we play in front of 10 fucking people, I don't give a shit. We go up there, we have a blast on stage. You'll know we have a blast on stage by seeing us, and and maybe opportunity will come from that. Otherwise we just keep doing what we fucking do.
The whole like, just hearing you talk reminds me so much of talking with Tim and Chris when I was living, because that was one of the things that they said that they feel like is a big part of their band. Is like those four guys get along so well. So, and I think that really is a key element these days. Is that, because me and Chris report on bands all the time breaking up for different reasons, but it's good to hear that,
Yeah.
I think that's maturity as well.
Yeah.
It's kind
of cut out a little bit.
Younger years,
Jason, you're dropping out.
If you're spending your younger years on the road more than you. Oh, great.
That's okay. Repeat that one more time.
Am I good?
Yeah, and now I can.
Yeah, I was just saying, like you spend your younger years on the road so much that you don't have a lot of time for yourself, and I think that's a lot of times where a lot of these bands lose their self touch with like family and stuff like that because you're spending so much time trying to push this band to a limit, so fast, and it's like this isn't a race.
It reminds me of one thing. The band I was in a band before this. Well, I'll just say the last, it was a band called Shock to the System, but it had a bunch of different names up to the point where it stayed the longest under the name Shock to the System. But I was with members of those bands. For God, close to 10 years. A lot of those, like the bass player and the drummer, basically, and me, kept that band together. And then you go through a variety of different guitar players and all that for years and years and years. And then eventually the band just falls apart because that's just, everybody has to be on the same page. If you want something, if you want something to happen, you got to stay together. You know what I mean? Like you can't keep changing lineups and all that. It's just, how bands are going to make it if they stay together. Eventually bands don't make it because they don't stay together. They just fall apart.
Right.
So I just feel like, this is the type of band where we got a good thing going. We know we got a good thing going, and we're just trying to just stay on top of that, and more people will hopefully see it and see that live and dig our songs.
And I was going through looking at some of the some of the other band members like Nick and of course Tony, but I was looking at some of their influences, and it kind of like brought me back to what you were saying earlier with Kiss and Black Sabbath and Scorpions and Priest and Maiden, and it's kind of like so that's cool that you guys kind of have the some of the same influences. I think that helps with your sound as well. So.
Yeah, they definitely have opened me up more to the greatness of Michael Schenker and MSG and UFO and those riff rock heavy old Scorpions and old Judas Priest. But I think we kind of we touch on all those little. If you listen to some of our songs, I think we touch on little parts of all those types of bands that came through, back in the 70s and the early 80s and stuff. And like I said, I'm the youngest guy in the band. I'm 51. Those guys are up close to 60. So they opened me up to just the greatness of like those bigger bands, even like prog bands, like fucking like Billy, the bass player. He's turned me on to bands like Yes and Rush, of course. But just like more, just really, really like listen to this, like, and then when you take that and then start writing songs, then it's like, oh, I remember what I was saying, like that, and then it starts to you start to really just open up and it starts to just happen. It just happens from all that, from those chemicals, that mixture together is really just. I think we could we honestly, in between writing demos for this last record, I wrote tons. I write a lot of songs with Nick. Nick will always send me riffs and stuff like that. Here's another song. But honestly, I think we have like another album and a half in us that's on the side right now. We write so many songs, really good together, and it's just we have so much material that it's a good thing, man. It's a good thing.
Yeah, never not a bad thing having too much material. So.
Right. So we could pick choose and go, okay, this is the kind, we're kind of looking to do this time, and it happened, like I said, pretty seamlessly with this record, and yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait for everybody to hear the new record. We're always excited. It's going to be a little while until it comes out, but in the end, we'll do that. And eventually, we'll talk about doing. We did our first like official video last year. I mean, on our last album, Electric, just for the title track, and that was so much fun. So we're talking about maybe doing the same thing for our first single.
I know we touched on this a little bit when we were talking about you and everything with your Battle of the Bands deal and all that stuff. But I thought it was kind of crazy. You went under the name Violence, and I was like, oh, they can't be the same. And I was like, yeah, there's not a hyphen there. So, but I thought it was kind of ironic that you guys got disqualified for inciting moshing and stage diving. So.
Yeah, no, it's like I have that on my online, right? That's on my on the website.
Right, yeah.
Right. That story, man. That's the first show I ever did. I think it was 15. And so this is the band called, there's that metal, there's a thrash band called Violence.
Right.
Yep. But we were called Violence too, or something like that at that point. I don't think it mattered. But we were a cover band. But we played a Battle of the Bands at it was called, it was a high school. So just picture a gymnasium and a bunch of bands, and on one we got you're going to play on this side. So we said, okay, cool, this is where we're going to play on this side, and we wound up stealing a bunch of milk crates from like Food Town or something like that, and we built like our own stage. So we built a 3 crates high stage, put wooden fucking plywood on it, carpeted it, got a 4 crates, and then the drum set and all that shit. So we were gonna have a fucking show. So when we played this show, we're playing. I think we opened up with AIR by Anthrax. So AIR. But we were doing AIR by Anthrax, and then we'd go into Slayer, Postmortem, and then we'd go into DRI. Remember DRI?
Yeah.
There was a song called "Tear It Down." So my guitar player whispered in my ear, and he said, "Let everybody know this is for everyone who paid $5 to get into this place. It's called Tear It Down." Everybody started going nuts and started literally just going nuts. So we wound up getting disqualified because of that, because people jumped on the stage and were jumping into the crowd. And people, everybody there at the school was like, "What the hell is going on? This is crazy." We're doing, suicidal tendencies subliminally, So it was like hardcore. I think we did Cro-Mags too. So we're doing like this hardcore thrash stuff. So it was crazy, but it wound up being such a eye-opening. Like after I was done, back then, like you see my hair is nice and short. Back then, I had like the Unga Bunga hair.
Yeah.
So when I started, I was petrified. I'll still remember this because it was the most people I've ever played in front of. It's like maybe 500 people or something, all crowded in front of the stage. We had security because everybody there working was like all scared at the school, so they could build like a rope or whatever. So we're playing. It's my first time on stage. I'm basically like grabbing onto the mic with all my life, just scared. And I remember the first song we're doing, I'm thrashing, and then once I put my hair up, my hair went woof. And everybody in the crowd went, yeah! And it was the greatest thing. It was the greatest feeling, and everybody had a blast. And that's when I knew I wanted to be like in a fucking band. So it was that was a great experience, and yeah, I'll never forget that. But yeah, from then on, I wanted to be in a band.
Very nice. We're talking with Elvin Rodriguez of the band Spillage on the podcast today. Want to take a second out to say hi to a couple people we got in the chat room today. We got Ace from the home office in the chat today. We have Fubar Jerry in the chat on Facebook saying, says, "Elvin, good to see you, brother." And we have our good friend, of course, as always, Victor in the chat room today. So Victor is one of our good friends and one of our collaborators over at his own Facebook group, Rockin' Heavy. He's here with us. So thank you to you guys for stopping by, and thank you to everybody for checking out the interview. So We appreciate it.
So people can watch this live right now because I'm not sure if people are having issues trying to watch it over in the.
Yeah, actually, everything's good on the other end. I think it was just me. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was just for some reason my feed's not acting right. It's usually Chris, so so he's probably going like, yeah, motherfucker, yeah.
actually, no, I wouldn't wish that connectivity problem on anybody, So yeah, no, I'm definitely not excited that it's you and not me. So
well, I know we had like we had some traffic lights in the area blinking yesterday, so I'm not sure what's going on here. From yesterday, it could be carrying over into the day. It looks like so.
Oh, somebody
and I did see. I seen a CPWS truck this morning. I'm like, oh great. So.
Somebody could have taken out a transformer again.
Yeah, some people.
Somebody could have jacked up a pole.
Yeah. We have all these expert NASCAR drivers on the road. So
Right. Yeah.
I do want to touch on something real quick. I was reading where Billy McGuffey here. Of course, he happy birthday to him also because he had one this past week, which I was going to cover here when we do our birthdays. Yeah. But I noticed like they were saying that he does a lot of the portraits and artwork for the albums. Is that correct? Or?
Yeah. So he did the second record, Blood of Angels. He did the artwork for that, and that all came about from the song. So basically, the song is Blood of Angels. That was a song I wrote with Nick, and that song. Nick came up with the title Blood of Angels, and it was a story. There's a story to that, and so we all came up with the idea of what the Blood of Angels would. This angel spilling the goblet of blood, onto the logos. That was the idea for that record. So he did the airbrushing for that, and then he did Electric Exorcism, which is the last record we just did.
Yeah,
and that's right here. There you go. There's a little thing right there for you. So that's that cover. So he did that, and that was the same idea. So that's kind of how we did it. Where me and Nick wrote the song, and it was like, okay, well, what's this thing look like? You know what I mean? Exorcist, whatever. He's got electric fingers for hands, kind of thing, and that's kind of the vibe. And then Billy would come up with that because he's just super awesome with creativity and imagining, the ideas and putting it out on the cover. So he did that, and he also did you'll see it eventually when we release that. So that's the Blood of Angels second record, which is pretty awesome.
I love that. It's like one of my favorites, favorite songs as well from you guys too. So
yeah. We love that. So we did that and Electric, and then our next record, Billy did the artwork for that too. So eventually you'll see that, and he did a fantastic job on that too. But yeah, he's amazing. Extreme Creations with a Z.com. You can check out all his artwork. He does all sorts of great stuff with that. But yeah, but that's an added plus, another added plus.
Right. That's what I was about to say. It's kind of odd to have one of the members of the band do your artwork as well. So that's pretty cool. I mean, everybody everybody can have a Carla Harvey on their band like Butcher Baby. So
yeah, and you know what? And we have a bunch of videos that we do. We do our own thing with just trying to promote videos, lyric videos, and whatnot. So I'll edit and do stuff like that for certain songs that you could see on our Spillage Rocks page on YouTube, and Nick will do the same thing too. So Nick is really creative. If you ever seen the Blood of Angels lyrics video, he came up with that. So it's we both have we could both visualize a lot of my lyrics and stuff like that, and he's really talented in putting that to play to make videos. So yeah, everybody's got their their own little thing that helps keep this band together, and just without paying too much out on it, to get it done. We do it ourselves. Yeah, cool.
That definitely helps when you can keep it in house. You don't have to farm it out. I can only imagine the amount of money you would save being able to do your own art.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. It's really it's good, man. We're all proud of it, and everybody digs it too. So just gotta keep on doing it. Yep. So there you go.
I'll say this: like I was at I bought some merch from you guys while I was at the show, and I picked up the Blood of Angels and the Electric Exorcist CDs because of the album cover. So
right on. Hey man, if I wasn't into this band, I'd probably be into this band. You know what I'm saying? Like
right.
I used to buy records. I'm a big vinyl guy, so I love some. I judge books by its cover sometimes. Like, hey, that's a cool cover. Buy the record. I'm like, cool. Yeah.
Well, that's one of the things. Go ahead, man.
Oh, you're good.
I was just going to say that's actually one of the things. Of course, we focus on the music here, of course, but I mean, we definitely don't, ignore the artwork either. That's one of the things we do at the end of the year here on the show is we kind of do a recap of some of the best album art that we've come across, because every week we each pull an album from the new release list and we do a review on it. So between the two of us, we're both compiling lists of music that we've listened to during a 12-month period. So between the LPs and the EPs, we figure between the two of us, we're listening between 200 and 300 albums, which for two guys who have a full-time job, we figure that's not too bad. So, but we also pay attention to the artwork, because Jason and I are both of the opinion that as far as, music genres, there's really no other music genre in general that can hold a candle to, the artwork that heavy metal pumps out.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah, man. There's so much amazing art metal.
Yeah. We don't even think it's close, really.
Yeah. Look, I'm going to show you, but you're not really going to see it, but on my watch is the cover of the new record, but you can't see it because it's so far away.
Oh man, that's
all you're gonna get. Okay.
Oh man.
But yeah, and when it comes out, everybody, I think you're gonna enjoy that cover too. It's the same idea too. Actually, I could say for the new record, the cover is an idea based off of 2 songs on the record. Is the way I kind of look at it. So.
Nice.
Later on, if you want to invite me back, or I can explain to you about that when the record comes out or something.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you can pretty much count on you guys getting a follow-up invite. Absolutely.
So, right on. Cool.
I don't think we've done an interview where we haven't invited the interviewer or guest back. So.
Cool.
Yeah. But one thing I do like real quick while we're still on the topic of the cover art is I like the way, like especially in the Blood of Angels, the blood coming out of the goblet pours right into the middle L right there, so it incorporates the name of the band, and then obviously the electricity coming off the fingers blends right into the name too. So it's not just here's a picture and then here's the band; it's all incorporated. It all flows together. So it. Everything's got a focal point that lends itself into drawing your eyes somewhere else, and it's
very interesting you say that, because I've kind of noticed that. So if you look at that record, it's just Village, and then we go to this record. It's in the middle, right? But you got the Robert spilling the blood on there, and then you go to this record, and it's a little bit higher up, right? But it's still the electric. So I could give you another little clue onto the next record. It's going to be below. It's going to be a little lower. So we kind of we never noticed that we kind of switched it around a little bit here and there, but it kind of works. So yeah. So I don't know what we'll do on the next record. At that point, we kind of did every part. It's been everywhere on the cover, the Spillage logo. But
you'll have to do it. You'll have to do it diagonally on the film.
Yeah. Exactly. We won't put anything at all. If you look at I did a record, the record I did with Tracy G. He had an interesting idea for the cover. So the cover we did for that, the name of the band was Pain Savior. The name of the album was Dead Weight on a Dying Planet. And the cover, I don't know if I have it on me. I don't have it on me. But the cover was almost looked like the photographer that took the pictures took it in an insane asylum. So it was like an abandoned insane asylum. So she was taking photos, wheelchairs and all this crap all over the place. But the cover is kind of like, it looks like little boxes on like a metal, like it almost looks like where people get what do they call that again? Where when you die and they put you like in those beds and then slide you inside
Yeah.
freezer.
At the coroner's office.
Corners,
In the
like,
morgue?
in the morgue.
Yeah, it was something like that, but it was a bunch of different levers on the cover, and there's like blood all over it. But Tracy decided, he goes, "Hey, I don't even want to put the logo on the cover of the album." Because I don't know if you ever seen like old 80s or 70s albums where there's no name of the band on the cover at all. It's kind of like you just see the cover and you just want to buy the album. Kind of, oh, this is a cool cover. I don't know who the band is, but I'm going to buy it. So that album cover came along that way too, which is interesting. What was the name of that one record by I want to say maybe ELO with that one cover that who's the dude that did the Alien movie? Like H.R. Geiger, Geiger, the Geiger artist, Giger, H.H. Geiger. Yeah, Geiger.
I think it's Geiger. Yeah,
I think it's Geiger.
Yeah, but doesn't he have like a famous one album by ELO where it's just the cover of the album, doesn't say the name of the band or anything like that? I always thought that was kind of interesting too.
Let me see if I can find it. Hang on a second.
I have
I want to go with one of the comments here. Victor said I got 3 vinyls from Spillage, but Electric Exorcist has awesome artwork. And then he also said that he's hoping to see you guys again soon so you can sign his vinyls. So.
Right on. Yeah. Where's he at? Tennessee? Where are you living there, Victor?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Victor lives up in Nashville, and we actually I actually met Victor back in September.
Mm-hmm.
I first met him in September at one of the concert venues here when Testament, Exodus, and Death Angel were in town, and then as luck would have it, the very next week, Jason and I drove out to Knoxville to see a show at a small little restaurant, bar and grill kind of deal in a strip mall in Knoxville, and he just happened to be at that show, and then.
It was funny because Chris and him were looking at each other like, I know you, and then Chris finally goes, "Hey, are you Victor?" And he's like, "Yeah, you're Chris." And I was like, "Oh,
yeah." So
I didn't get to meet Victor at Testament, so I was just kind of like, "Okay, what's going on here?" But
yeah, and then told Victor about the festival, and then Victor came out to the festival as well. So he was at the festival last October, when you guys were there too. So yeah, Victor's become a friend of the show, and like I say, he's got his own Facebook group that he runs. He's actually got a couple.
Oh,
yeah. He's got Rockin' Heavy, and then he's got one that's primarily in Spanish language because he's originally from Peru, so he's got one that he works with that's primarily in Spanish because his sister is still down there in Peru too. So between the two of them, they kind of take care of that one on the Spanish side, and then here in the United States on the English side, he's got one called Rockin' Heavy. So Victor's become one of our friends and collaborators here. So
that's awesome. Peruvian. I played with the drummer. I played in a band called Bloodshed where I once played bass and sang. And funny story about that is I'm Puerto Rican. My guitar player was Dominican, and the drummer was Peruvian. And we played like Sepultura back in that day and fucking Slayer. But we were a 3-piece band. But all my buddies and friends around us used to call us Tool Shed, but then they used to call us. But then, which was the better name? They started calling us Satanic Hispanics, which is really cool, and that kind of stuck around.
Oh, come on, man!
Peruvians are awesome, man. It's a great show.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I've personally never been to South America to see a show, but I mean, I've seen. I don't know how many like videos I've seen on YouTube, and then Iron Maiden had their Flight 666 kind of documentary where it kind of followed them all around the world, and they went to like Argentina and Chile and Colombia, and just the crowds in South America are absolutely unhinged.
Yeah, even like have you been seeing like the Pantera footage of them in like Chile and Argentina? They're insane.
I was Yeah, I was actually just about to bring that up too. Yeah, I saw the I think it was in Chile, and I'm wanting to say the video that I saw was for Cowboys from Hell, and just the mosh pit was
it almost doesn't even
enormous.
look real, right? Like
Right, yeah.
it almost doesn't look real. It's like insane. There's all these little tiny circles all over the place, and like these
Yeah,
pits.
it almost, like when I seen that, the first thing I thought of was kind of like what you saying. It almost looked like a weather map, and they were like covering a hurricane.
It was a hurricane. Yeah, it was a hurricane. Yeah, it was just.
I was like,
Yeah.
what?
I saw Pantera back in the day. I actually saw Pantera. Trouble, that band Trouble, opened up for Pantera when Vulgar Display of Power came out. They played the Roseland Ballroom in New York, and it was Trouble, White Zombie, and fucking Pantera. And I'll tell you what, I'll never forget it too, because I was friends with Ron from Trouble, the bass player of Trouble at that point. And I said hello to him. I saw him, on stage. Hey, what's up? He knew I was there. And then in between the show, my older brother was with me, and we became friends with Ron from Trouble. And he mentioned me, my older brother, later on. He said, "Hey, where's Alvin?" Because he was going to let me in the back and stuff and hang out with him. Like, no way, that would have been awesome. This is like '92, I'm like 22, whatever. But I didn't find him, and the reason was because I remember when Pantera came on, all they did, Phil came out, and they opened up with fucking Hostile. So the first thing he said was, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the fucking crowd went. I remember being up front when that started. 1, 2, 3 on the front, and boom, I was like in the back of the whole entire place. I couldn't find Ron. I couldn't find my brothers after that. But yeah, Pantera fucking ripped back then. Their crowd, the crowd. Yeah, awesome.
I was gonna say probably other than just coming out to that 4 count right off the bat, probably the only better way. Well, one of the only better ways, because I mean that opening little. But I mean, just
Great.
The only other better way I could think of, probably other than that 4 count, is if you just come out just bam, bam, and you just delay for a second, let it sink in, and then just fucking go right into walk.
Yeah, cricket. I think they end on that on their shows now because it's still.
Well, yeah, I mean, you almost have to. I mean that song, as far as groove metal is concerned, is probably like iconic as far as the groove metal movement was concerned, because we've talked about it on the show before. They
definitely saved metal. They saved like thrash and heavier stuff at that point. They were definitely with the groove. That groove. Yeah, man.
Yeah, they did. And yeah, again, shout out to Victor. Yeah, you did share that video in the Facebook group. That's right. Now I remember it now. So yeah, Victor was actually Victor was the one who actually pointed out that YouTube video from Chile. Yeah, I want to give him credit for that.
And I think Chris, you've seen Pantera with White Zombie as well, right? That's the one you went to?
I saw Pantera the very first time I saw Pantera. I saw him at a now vacant amphitheater here just outside of Nashville. I saw them at Starwood. Yeah, I saw Pantera with White Zombie and I Hate God was the opener. That was the that was the first time I saw Pantera. So that was a very good show. And then the next time I saw him in '96 on Great Southern Trendkill tour, and then I got to see them in I believe it was 2000 at Ozfest. So
yeah, reinventing the steel then. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I caught those. Yeah, and thanks for rubbing all that in. So.
You asked.
I caught all those same tours, but I actually caught them on their last show of the Cowboys from Hell tour. They were in New York City, and that place was fucking nuts. That was at that point they already did the tour with. I think they did a tour with Exodus and Suicidal, so they were getting like a big buzz, Pantera, and then they did like a small headline tour, and the Cowboys from Hell was really growing, got really big at that point. But I saw them headline Cowboys from Hell. I think Wrathchild America opened up for them. Remember that band?
Yeah.
Yep.
Wrathchild opened up for them. But at that point, that was crazy, those shows back then, because when Pantera played, everybody was on the stage. You know what I mean? Like, they would always invite people on stage. It was like insane on the stage while they're playing. These days, you can't do that.
I had
Yeah,
tickets to see. I had tickets to see them on the Vulgar tour and then the Far Beyond Driven tour as well. And then I don't remember what happened with the Vulgar tour, but the Far Beyond Driven tour, I was in a car accident like 2 weeks before the show, so so my knee was like in a brace and stuff like that, so I couldn't go. So I missed them twice while Vinny and Dime were still alive. So I was like, if I ever like talk about regrets on the show, that's always, Chris will tell you, that's always one of them. So but I do have tickets to go see them in Lamb of God. So I'm not gonna I'm gonna hear the shit live regardless. So
there you go.
Was your ticket like probably like 500 times more than how much it would have been for Far Beyond?
actually, well, yeah, because back then, you got tickets for $20, $30, yeah, and and I missed the days of standing in a line, walking up to the record store and buying your tickets that way, and I feel like if we went back to that, we would get rid of a lot of this bot crap,
Yeah.
And the fans would actually get to see these bands at an affordable price.
I agree. I was just talking to a friend about that, how crazy it is with Ticketmaster, where people are just buying tickets and then they'll say it's sold out, but they just bought the tickets. They didn't resell. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad. I'm actually glad that there's that class action lawsuit right now, and that Congress is actually getting involved. This shit's gone on. It's shit's gotten ridiculous.
It's just like one company owns the power. I mean, it's all you know what I mean?
Well, it's crazy. I bought 3 tickets a while back, right? And like by the time they added the fees and taxes and all that, it was the price of a ticket. So it's like I essentially bought 4 tickets. I mean, it's just stupid. There's no reason to charge people $30 for fees. That's just stupid.
Yeah, especially with doing it electronically was supposed to make everything so much easier.
Right? Yeah, you're not even picking up anything hard. It's like
you would have figured if anything back in the day when you actually had to get up and get out and go somewhere and have somebody actually get you a ticket, either print it out or whatever. You figured that's when they would have had service fees, handling fees. No one's handling shit anymore.
Right?
No one's handling anything.
That's how they make their money, man. And you could buy $100 ticket, then they'll charge you that fee, and then you buy a ticket for $500, and then they'll charge you a fee. Like the fee's ridiculous. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So it's just
yeah.
So yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad that whatever's going on with Ticketmaster right now. I think that's kind of like long overdue. I mean, they've been.
Well, I mean, it doesn't make sense if you're at a venue.
Price gouging is what it is.
Yeah, if you're at say you're at a venue, we know how much it costs to book Disturbed because we've talked about this before. So say Disturbed comes to your show, it's $150K to book those guys. So if they're on the show, you done sold $1 million worth of tickets. I mean, what the hell? I mean, what are you doing with the others? $850,000.
Yeah.
So you're not paying the staff that's working there to set it up. I can tell you that. So it really does. It really does need to be something done about that.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah. We can only hope. So.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, Elvin, if you know this. I was noticing like there was a big gap from the time the band formed until 2015. So, do you know what kind of went on during that period before?
I was kind of wondering that myself.
Before they actually were able to put out that first album,
I know Tony was in a band called Earth and Grave before he formed Spillage. I think that's how Spillage kind of became what they were after that band broke up or fell apart. I don't know what the deal was with them. So honestly, I don't know. You'd have to ask Tony about that.
Okay.
I just kind of came in Blood of Angels, and here I
am. Yeah. So we were going back to that too. It's like how nerve wracking was that I mean, I know you've been in other bands, but how nerve wracking was that to be pretty much joining a band at a live audition?
A little nerve wracking, but still, like I told you, I when I rehearsed the first record, this one, I rehearsed all those songs, every single one of these songs, because that's all they had.
Yeah.
So and the only way I could rehearse those songs is singing over. The original singer is Lothar Keller. I don't know if you know who Lothar Keller is. He's actually the owner of Plumron Records that we're under on that label. He's also the guitar player for the band The Skull and the singer and guitar player for Divinity Compromised, and God, what's the name of the other band? Sacred Dawn. Sacred Dawn. So don't forget those bands. Fucking fabulous fucking singer, really good lotars, fucking awesome dude, great guy. He's in that circle of all those dudes. But yeah, so I rehearsed listening to his voice, and it was really, it just clicked, honestly. As I'm telling you, I wasn't trying to sound like him. I just was in the same key as him. I could handle his songs. I just had to remember the lyrics. That's all I really remember the lyrics.
Right, yeah.
I kind of knew the songs a little bit. You know, I brought some of the lyrics with me on stage. I wanted to be prepared as much as I could and not do that. But Tony was okay with it. So go ahead. And when we were ready to do it, I felt prepared. That was the point. I would have been a lot more scared. I was more scared to just hang out and just get to know them guys. You know what I mean? Like, you just jump on stage with people you don't know. It's like that's more weird to me than like, you know. So when I got there and met them, and we all stayed in the same room in the hotel and got to know each other, and it was that to me made me feel more comfortable immediately. Then we started playing, and then after that, everybody was like, okay, this feels good, this feels right, and that's kind of how it worked to get that job, to do that, because I had a blast, we all had a blast, and it was just, it made sense. It was like, okay, because Tony wasn't sure what he was going to do, because if he didn't find a singer, that band, the Spillers, probably wouldn't be here right now. I don't know. Maybe it would. Maybe they find a different singer. But it just, I don't know. They tell me that, I feel like they're a blessing in my life, man, to come along and to happen. And they say the same thing about me. We're just so happy that it just came together. Yeah. So we're just going to try to ride this out as long as we can, man. And and hopefully play some more shows, and the world doesn't fucking go to shit, anytime soon.
I know one more thing I wanted to bring up was a couple of oddities with Spillage, is that you guys are a 6-piece, so it's kind of an odd thing in metal, besides, of course, Iron Maiden and, place like that, but not like totally odd, but it's, you don't see a lot of, exactly. That's what I was going to bring up, because you also don't see a lot of keyboards in metal either, unless it's more of the symphonic, overseas metal. But you see a lot of it there. But of course, that's a big part of Chris's arsenal there.
Yeah, I would say for the new record to look forward to a little bit more of the keys, a little more of that going on. We're introducing that more to the record, and it's I've been getting into bands like more just speaking of bands that are out now that I feel like maybe we're a little close to, or maybe heading in that direction of big bands with keyboards and 2 guitars or whatever. I love a new band. They've been around for a while, but they're from my area and I didn't even fucking know it. It's called Symphony X. You ever heard of them?
Oh yeah, I've heard of those guys. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
They're awesome. But I used to grow up in a town called North Middletown, and they're from Middletown, New Jersey. I didn't even know it, and they've been around. They've been building a really big following now. But they're a heavy band. I think they're more of like a thrashier speed prog metal kind of vein, but with the keys. But, we're more in that doom slot where we're kind of we're mid tempo stuff, but with the keys and more just just that big kind of sound. So bands like that, I feel like we could connect with. I don't know if you've heard of a band called Sorcerer. Sorcerer's from Sweden.
Yeah, I've heard of Sorcerer.
So Sorcerer, to us, we feel like we got a really big connection with them because they have that same kind of mid-tempo doom kind of vibe, but really good melodic, great songs, and that old. The singer reminds me a lot of Tony Martin from Sabbath in the Sabbath days, that kind of era. So I don't know. We just have a mix of a lot of things, and I think the keys really really bring it out more. And I think a lot of people will embrace it, not in a way that it's like not heavy enough for it's keys, but we got some creepy stuff going on with it too. You know what I mean? With our keys, Paul Rao is our keyboard player, and he's amazing, and he comes up with a lot of great stuff. So I mean, everything you hear the intro on Blood of Angels, he came up with that. You hear the intro on Electric Exorcist, he came up with that. He's actually he's a music teacher for a church, I think. He's a music teacher, so you could definitely hear that in his stuff. Yeah.
You heard it here first. There's a metal band with a music teacher for a church. So we're not opening portals, people.
That's what I was telling you earlier. When it comes to like my lyrics and just the way we kind of approach songs, that's kind of what Spillage has slowly evolved to where, life is not fucking, roses and stuff like that. Life is fucking amazing, and there's a lot of great things that happen in life, but there's a lot of dark things that happen, and how we approach it, how we stay positive and work through stuff and try to figure out how to, just move on with life are a lot of the topics that I kind of hit on with Spillage. And I don't know. As a fan of music and listening to lyrics, for me as a singer and stuff like that, I want to hear some cool stuff. But I also want you to show me the dark side. But I want you to also say, hey, there's a light. There's through that darkness, there's always a light. There's always a way to be. Good.
I'm that guy too. Is I always listen to lyrically to hear like the way the song touches who's singing it a lot is like the passion you have behind that. And then, not saying there's nothing wrong with you out here making the as they call the third grade rhymes, with car and far and all that stuff. But I like to hear like a song to where I can feel like that person actually what they were feeling when they wrote it. That's the way I like to try to get in touch with the musical side of things.
Absolutely. I want to believe everything I'm saying. I want to believe. I believe every phrase I'm saying. I believe with all my heart. I try to put as much as I can into it, and hopefully other people will notice that. And it goes for all my heroes too. When I listen to Bush, I listen to his lyrics, man, because there's some times where he hits that hook, and I'm like, dude, yes. I feel it. Same way the Priest, and Rob can really touch your buttons on certain things he's talking about. I love it.
Yeah, who knew John Bush could make "Only" sound so good? You hear that one song, just "Only," it just carries it out. It's like, like I said, when you guys as a lead vocalist put your own spin on like the way that word, just a word is kind of you kind of restructure that word to make it feel something. It's just amazing.
Yeah. I feel this. Yeah, I totally agree. I feel the same way about Tracy G told me a really cool thing for him as a guitar player. I'm like, what's it like to play guitar? And, like when you're trying to write a song. And he goes, he was a big fan of Jeff Beck. Rest in peace, Jeff Beck. But one thing he said about Jeff Beck is that he could take that one note, and just really make it resonate and stand out. And I kind of want to do the same thing with singing. When we'll just it's not maybe like you said the word or just what you're trying to say. Just really that one last note you hit at the end of the song. Really, like at the end of Blood of Angels. I'm saying soul. I'm like. Or Electric Exorcist, I'm saying soul. I'm giving you everything I fucking got, and I kind of expect that from all my other heroes too, and people are listening. So that's kind of why I do it, I guess.
Well, I mean, the people that like Jeff Beck and Halford and John Bush, stuff like that. The vocalists. Just talking about vocalists, right? The vocalists that become the heroes and the icons or the idols whatever term you want to use. I mean, those people, they've got certain things that they're known for, and then but even though it's coming, depending, you're listening, it's coming, you just don't know where. And then even if it's like not a subject matter that relates to you directly, like you say, you can still, like Jason said, you can still feel where they're coming from. And even if it's like not anything like directly, that you're living through or have gone through or experienced, it just hits you like right there. And even, it has impact to it. And I think the vocalists or the guitar player, the drummer, whatever instrument it is, when something can hit you like right in the, like you said, right in the soul, when you got something that can hit you that hard, in a good way, bad way, whatever, it doesn't always have to be bad, but whenever it hits you that certain way, especially I think especially for me, even if it's something that I don't have experience with or haven't gone through, I think when a song, especially then when a song can make you feel something, I think it just hammers it home. And if you if you were to ask like John Bush or even you, now that we're talking to you, we can get it right from the source, and you're like, that's what I was going for, or maybe that wasn't what I was going for, but if that's what it did for you, then that's great.
Yeah, everybody has different meanings for what they think songs are about, or like certain phrases on a hook. It'll just bring back that one thing, like, oh my God, this reminds me of this, and just kills me sometimes when I hear certain songs. It just kills me. And I really have been trying to do that lyrically for a lot of songs. There's a lot of songs on the, okay, for example, Real, it's a slow mellow song on Electric Exorcist on the last record. That song came about because of true life. I mean, a good friend of mine took his life. He was my next door neighbor, the one I was explaining to you about, that turned me on to records. So it was a definitive moment in my life where I'm like, oh my God, he's gone. Now he's gone, and he took his life. Jesus Christ. I've had a lot of people that I've known that have done this. Nobody ever wants to hear anything like that happening to someone you're close to. And so it really hit me. And before I started writing that song, it just, it wasn't like, I'm going to write a song about this. It just happened because I went to his mother. I went to his house and seen his mother after and spent time with her, and explained, told her how much, he meant to me, what he meant to me. She gave me records or whatever that he used to have. Here's something to remember him by. And I came home with that, and and then I started just writing words down of how precious life can be, and maybe sometimes we all think that. Maybe sometimes we are. You don't know what he was thinking when he did stuff like that to his life, but it hits you, and so you put pen to paper and you write about it, and then when I wrote the music to that song, but it's the same thing as if the band wrote, music and I come up with lyrics about something that really meant a lot to me. So songs like Real, maybe when somebody listens to that song and reads the lyrics, maybe there's a part of them in their lives that I affect, that brings them back to, because that song Real, in the end, that's a message to life can be really dark. And, we can all go through these things where we have moments that we feel that way. But in the end, I always feel like you have to step it up, and your best revenge is to live the best life you can. You know what I mean? And to show people that, that you can live through this kind of thing. So that's kind of the message at the end of that song. So
I can kind of relate to that, because like I've been writing lyrically. I've been writing stuff since I was like 15. So something to come up and I'll just like touches me and I want to write about it. Like lyrically, I'm great, but musically, I can't put a damn note to anything. But so it's kind of so they're kind of sitting in a box, and I'm just like, one day I'll do something and may put it together as like a collection of poetry or so. I don't know, but
sure.
It's there. So if I ever like I said, being in this business, you never know. Somebody's like, "Hey, man, let me see some of that stuff." Whatever. So it's always good to have it, as far as that goes. But but it'd be cool to like, maybe one day before I die hear, at least one thing that I wrote, like, I'm like, oh, that's cool, but and it's like I've never like did it as a thing to where I ever wanted anything out of it. I just kind of wanted to, and I've put poetry out there, and I've been published a couple times with some poetry. So it's kind of it's kind of cool to see that sometimes. It's just to see your work out there. So.
I appreciate it, and I mean, and that to you was probably like therapy to you to write stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I feel it lyrically for myself. Yeah.
Yeah, my best friend got killed in a car accident when I was 17. So it was like one of those things where if I hadn't been in the situation I was in, because I was in a reform school at the time. So me and him were like peanut butter and jelly. We were around each other all the time, and it's like if I hadn't been in that situation, I would probably be in a grave with him because we were always together. So and I think that thinking about that at that age was rough, and I wrote a lot of stuff about that during that time. So. I can definitely see where you're coming from with writing about somebody you close passed away or whatnot. And I've even had friends that like took other people's lives, so I've kind of had to write both sides of the spectrum. So
wow.
So it's
I get it too. And honestly, there's every now and then I have early musicians I played with, and I'm like, we don't. There's one guy I don't get along. I'm not going to say his name, but but there's songs here and there where maybe I've kind of talked about the relationship I've had with that person or something like that, and that's therapy in a lot of ways. It's kind of like sure. Get this out, fuck you or whatever, and do that. And I've done that for a lot of things. Yeah, and I still do, is what I'm saying, because I'm thinking now there's a few songs on the new record where I go back. Okay, there's another example of another song. I'm not going to give too much away, but I won't give you the title, but it's the same thing lyrically to where it's a life experience of mine to where, I've been with somebody for a long time and that's fine and all, but, we're human and sometimes we're attracted to other people too. So there's, and the song that I wrote about obsession, about, there's always that story of somebody, you really like somebody and you really want to, you wish, in some other world or something, I could be with that person instead of the life I'm in now. So it was a song about that. And there's a lot of truth to that. And for me, lyrically, I went through that for a little bit, but I had to stop because I know, what I have now is amazing. But also, God, I started to get obsessed with it. I started to it just ran my life. I couldn't stop thinking about that person. It was this. And eventually I write it down. I had to put pen to paper to it in order for me to move past it. And I did move past it. And it helped me move past it by writing this. Mm-hmm. So every time I sing this fucking song, it hits me in a spot where certain parts in the song, I'm like, oh, because it reminds me of how much, oh my God, what was I thinking? Why I let it consume my life? You know what I mean? So maybe other people can relate to that when they hear the song, not necessarily knowing, what my experience is. I'm kind of trying to explain it in a story and, in like a kind of, it's like a fictional kind of story, because in the end of this story, for me to get past this, I had to kill that person. You know what I mean? Not like physically kill that person, but I had to, in order for me to move on, I had to let go of that person and that idea. So I don't know.
Kind of like erase them from memory type, I guess.
Yeah, but it was a therapy for me, and I just think other people go through that, and it's just and that's I know, and that's from the heart. So I mean, you could write songs about banging chicks and partying and drinking beer, fucking mud trucks, whatever, and driving the country songs or whatever. So that's cool. That's what's going on in your life. That's awesome. For us, sometimes we get a little serious with what goes on in our lives, and
I want to ask you this as a musician, because you can definitely go out and write something and go put some music composition to it, where I can't. But I always, when I do write a lyric, I always, like, when I'm writing this stuff, I always have like a sound in my head while I'm writing. Is that something you kind of encounter too when you're writing, or
what, like meaning the words I come up with?
yeah, like well, no, like I'm writing out these lyrics, and I always had a sound in my head of how I wanted those to sound as if it was like a musical composition there. I don't know, like I said, you guys can actually go and put music to it. I can't, because I couldn't play a string of of
I know what you're
anything.
saying. But it's harder for me to do it the way you're doing it, to where I could just write lyrics down and go, okay, it's going to be like this, with my rhymes and phrases or whatever. It's easier for me to hear the music. So you see, and that's how it worked with Spillage and a lot of the bands I worked with, where they'll send me pretty much the arrangement of the entire song. Here's the verse, here's the chorus, here's whatever. You do what you do and put your lyrics in. So for me, it works better. I feel like it comes out easier for me when I hear the music, because the music is the riff. The riff is the riff. The riff, the power of the riff compels me. And there's a lot of truth to that for me. When I hear a riff, I'm like, oh, okay, it's gonna go this way. I feel like I'm gonna be smarmy here or whatever, or you know what I mean. That's how I kind of build the song, and then when you get to the whatever the chorus or the hook would be, that's really the statement, the statement I'm making in the chorus part.
Right.
So
that's when I start. I'll write out these lyrics, and I'll get to like the chorus part, and at that point, I'm already got like a kind of a sound in my head of how I wanted it to. If I heard it, that's how I want it to sound.
Yeah.
And then I find myself going back and like, okay, I got this sound, but now this verse is too long for that sound. So I'm going back and erasing some words and like replacing it. So I mean, I think that gives me so much more respect for bands, is because you guys, ain't no telling how much of that you guys go through before you actually get to record. How many changes you guys have to go through before you actually put something down permanent.
I would write songs, like personally, I write, I'm always writing. I'm always rehearsing. If I'm not rehearsing, I'll grab a guitar, and I got my own, little, my software and shit to write songs and demos and bass and all. So I could play a little bit. So I could form my own songs, but the way I kind of do it is, I won't have any lyrics at all. So if I write a riff, like you said, you hear a riff, for me, it's almost the opposite. Like I would just blindly just say whatever comes out of my mouth just to phrase it, because there's phrasing along with certain words. You know what I mean? Like if you hear a song, there's phrasing to it. There's a way you say it. Like, so I would just blindly just improvise. I just improvise singing words that come out of my mouth on that riff or whatever, because it just, in the end, you'll go back and I'll rewrite rewrite whatever topic I'm talking about. Then it flows a lot easier after. It's a weird process, but it works because it feels more.
I just like this because it's interesting to know like how different everybody's mind works with that kind of thing. So it's pretty cool to actually talk about that. So
yeah, and everybody's kind of different, and everybody's kind of the same too. Like I've had talks with other musicians or lyricists or singers and how they write, and so sometimes it's the same way.
Right.
And boom, it just happens. There's a muse. There's just an idea. There's just a flow. There's a vibe that feels right. Everybody's excited about this riff. Oh, cool. When I get it, then okay, now I get what you're talking. Why you're excited, and then it starts to. It just happens, man. And like I said, it has to do with the people you play with and the chemistry and that's how you get these amazing bands that are out there. Certain bands you have like 3 or 4 members, and right, you take that one person out of that band, it changes the whole band, changes the whole band.
Exactly. Yep. Or you add that person in, and Parentera is a prime example. I mean, you take the old singer out, put Phil in, you got a whole different band. So
hold on in. Yeah,
of course, I think the biggest part of that was Dimebag changing his guitar sound, but
the tone, sure. Oh, dude, I feel like that with the guitar players in my band. I mean, they both have this solid fucking guitar tone that's distinctive to me, and that brings out my vocals. That brings out my strength in my power of singing. Is the heaviness of that guitar. If you play a really mellow fucking thing, it's gonna bring softness in my voice that way. You know what I mean? It's just connecting to everybody.
Yeah, and I think the cool thing about the festival that we see you guys at was there was so much age difference on the stage. Like you see like the Red Mountain. They seem like they were a younger band, and then you had Eyes of the Living. They're in their they're our age in their 40s, and then you got you guys. You were just talking about one of the was 60 years old. It's like it's crazy to see that type of variety there. But it's cool because we always talk about on this show is like, at some point, is there bands that are actually going to grow, go in and keep the sounds going and stuff like that. And then you talk about these things where you got 20, 30-year-olds on stage, doing this, and you're like, there's still, we're not going, metal's not going anywhere for a long time, of course, but
and each band, it's a learning process. You all evolve, you'll get better and better if you just stick to it, man. I mean, that's the only thing to tell you that I learned. I've been passionate being a singer and being like, I want to be a singer. I want to write. You have this whole fucking thing in your head of, what's going to happen. But in the end, it's about the songs. It's about fucking everybody. If you can relate to those songs, that's how you gain a following. You become a better singer. You become a better musician. You become a better team. Because you're working with people. It's a business too. You learn that side of it. And if you just keep sticking.
And to kind of go back to the writing side that you're talking about, you write for your, for therapy for yourself, but then you play and that's therapy for the fans a lot of times. So it's kind of a win-win there. So
everybody wins. Yeah, man. Yeah. And people like you that just go out there and help bands like myself and just keep music alive and talk about music. It's a great thing. It's a great thing.
Yeah. We love talking to we've talked to a lot of different types of bands on here, and it's cool to hear the diversity in the way each band does things differently or the same, or and it's like, and like you said, sometimes you'll say a story that brings up something that we remembered from a previous interview, and it's so cool to kind of interact all that or intertwine all that. So
we are all family, man. Think about metal. There's no other to me. There's no other genre. Heavy hard rock metal genre that's like to me. It's a part of my life. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like I have friends that are like into pop or whatever, or country or whatever, but it's not that family. You know what I mean? Like there's just more, the metal community is such a stronger unit. Since I was a kid, you know what I mean? It hasn't changed for me. There's still that circle of people that I want to fucking hang out with. I don't want to, hang out with those people that are kind of into country or kind of into pop. You know what I mean? Like every now and then I'll play some music. Like, no, I'm fucking always either writing music, either listening to music, either lyrically watching movies that have that vibe of that metal. I don't know. It's just a part of me. And some people don't get it, that aren't into it, and that's fine. But there's some people that do get it. And to me, I just feel like those type of musicians or people that listen to that type of music appreciate music more than any genre I know.
I think one of the best things that we talked about, one of the things we talk about metal on this show is you don't get the radio and the the publicity that metal doesn't get that a lot of times. Like especially with like award shows, we talk about that a lot. How we kind of get shit on these award shows, and it's like before, like we don't care. It's like people that are in metal do not care about that, because the thing is like it's so crazy. It's like you do all that stuff to try to, and I feel like it's a lot to try to keep metal out of the spotlight more than other genres. But when you go to a show, and like you said, you go to a show kind of like just like that festival. It was the first festival, and they had 1,200 people there. It's like it's crazy to think at that first festival you had that many people. But I mean, it's cool. But then you go to like I said, a stadium or something, and you see 60,000 people there, and it's like how, because they're not publicized like all the pop
Yeah.
stars and stuff. And then, and then a lot of times we talk too, like, just like you talk about your songwriting, you probably look at some of your songwriting, there's 2-3 people on it. And then you go to look at one of these pop stars' songs and it's like, so like, third grade level-ish, and it's like 12 people wrote the damn thing. It's like, well, what? But yeah, I think that's the good thing about metal is we don't need that to be successful. So
yep, to be happy.
I think the fact that I've always kind of looked at it as like a double-edged sword, because I mean it would be nice, it would be nice if metal was like in the mainstream, but at the same time it doesn't really matter if it is, because the people who don't listen to metal in the mainstream, it's not for them anyway. It's for people like us anyway. So I mean it would be nice if it was more popular than it is, but it's as popular as it needs to be because of people like us.
Yeah.
So it's kind of weird, because I mean you would like to see like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame take heavy metal a little more seriously. You would like to see the Grammys at least put the goddamn award on TV. That way people could see it being awarded, because it would at least give that band a little bit more, bit more exposure.
And in the Grammys case, play the right music, but
Well, that's true too. But what was
that when Megadeth won? They were playing Metallica or something like that?
Yeah. So
remember that.
Yeah, but I mean, metal is as tight knit of a community as it is because the people who are in it are the genuine fans.
They keep it alive.
They're the real people, So yeah,
I'd rather hang out with those people than phony people. That's what I'm saying. I'd rather hang out.
Exactly. So.
And I've been to a tour where they would be only like 4 or 5 shows in, and I'd be trying to buy this certain style shirt. They're like, "Oh, we're already sold out." I'm like, "Damn, already?" Like, hell, you only have but 5 shows. And it's like, they were like, "Yeah, we had like 3,000 made, and we're already out." I'm like, damn. So it's kind of like odd to see. And it's like I said, I'm not talking about like Korn or Pantera. I'm talking about kind of middle stage bands. Like Partway Drive or somebody like that. It's not as big, but they're popular. So you think you got a decent following, but they're not like I said, tens of millions. So it's kind of like it's strange to go in there and be like, oh yeah, I'm sold out. I'm like, damn, which is good for them because I mean that's where they're making their money is off their merch. Like we say it all the time too. It's like buy merch, don't And if like I always say this too, if you're going to buy merch, don't do it from Hot Topic. Go to the fucking band's website and buy their merch, so they're actually getting a cut of that money.
Right. Yeah. We try to do our best with that too. We got a Bandcamp page.
Right.
You can always check that out. Spillage.bandcamp.com. Then we have our own website, spillage-online.com. Yeah, we do the same thing. We just try to keep it out there. If you can afford it, do it. If not, you could probably find us on YouTube, and we got tons of live stuff you could check out. It's free. You know what I mean?
So speaking of live stuff, do you guys have anything coming up live that you've already got going on, or?
I don't have any tentative dates right now, but I'm sure as the months start to move along, we'll see if we can get a few things set up. But yeah, like I said, we're doing a live record, so that'll be out soon. So look out for that. That's going to be digital and CD only, I think. I'm not sure if Tony was speaking about possibly maybe a small run of vinyl for that live record. But we'll put that out, and it came out really cool. And new record. No tentative date, but I want to shoot for summer. Okay, just mention summer. I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to name the But yeah, just so you know, for the new record, it's 7 new songs on the new record, so that's going to be cool.
He can't pull a Dave Mustaine and get away with it over here. So
yeah,
Dave's like, oh yeah, that Lamb of God song's coming out Friday, and Randy Blythe was going, what the fuck, dude? Like, we're not even supposed to be talking about that. Dave's like, it's my song. Fuck you.
Yeah, we're still mixed new record. It's coming out great. Tony Tony's been giving me updates on it, and it sounds fucking killer. Everybody did all their stuff already, so it's just mixing, and then the next step is mastering, and then and then we'll put the record out and put some vinyl out. And,
awesome.
Yeah, hopefully play some.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely kind of keep us updated the best you're able to as far as the process goes, and then obviously we'll do our best keeping our eye out for a release date, and we'll get it out there for everybody. And as far as like if there's any impending tours after that, kind of hopefully it'll kind of bleed down into the Tennessee area, and if you guys need a like a short list of venues, we know plenty here, so we can point you guys in the right direction. But before we let you go, we know you already kind of recounted the talent show in high school, but we always like to ask our live guests for road stories. Now, whether it's something funny, embarrassing, whether it was you, one of the other guys in the group, something that happened, in the audience,
former band, it doesn't matter,
something memorable somehow. We always like to ask for road stories.
Oh no, God, I can't think of it. I'll tell you what, we've had a great time touring. We've done 2 pretty big tours. One was 8 dates with a band called Chevy and Beals of Fuzz. I'm trying to think of some good stories. God, not that crazy. I mean, like I told you, the big show, the big first show, Doom Festival, that was really memorable because the band was pretty much the new lineup was happening. God damn, guys, I can't think of anything.
We put him on a spot over here.
That's crazy. I'll tell you what, when we first got to and did that Tennessee show, we drove, I think 10, 11 hours from outside of Illinois to that show. And when we got there, it was a little scary because we got to the hotel, it was a little shady, and there was cops flying by every few seconds right off the street. Woo! It was pretty ooh, this is gonna be a good show. You sure this is gonna be okay, guys? And so that was a little weird. But then later that night, everything was fine, and the next day, everything was great. Everything wound up being great that night.
He thought he was still in Chicago for a minute.
Yeah, no, I've never had anything we just had a lot of long trips to shows. I'm sorry, guys. I can't think of anything crazy.
That's all right. No, that's okay. That's all right. It's okay. I mean, if everything's always gone off without a hitch, and nobody was bleeding or pissing all over themselves or anything else,
or losing a wheel on the interstate, or
not when I was in the band. I know it's happened to the band when Lothar was in the band. They had an issue with the tire going flat going to a Texas show, the spillage on their first record. I know Tony has a story about that, but I was not in the band at that point. So.
I got a feeling Tony would probably have a bunch of those stories. But
yeah, he might. Yeah, he might.
Has some great stories. There's a lot of stories. But we've had a lot of good times, man. I can't wait to go out and tour with these guys again.
And see, that's
because
that's
such a great.
That's the best thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't wait to. Maybe in a few months, I'm sure we're gonna talk about some shows or maybe some kind of lineup. We've had some. We had a few. Well, we had a few things set up that because of COVID that stopped it.
Right. Yeah.
Well, we follow you guys on all your socials, so if you guys share anything, we'll be happy to pass that along. So
yeah, we share everything on there, man. We're always on Facebook. Just hyping up the band and putting stuff out. Whenever we do live stuff, we'll put it out. Whenever we do rehearsal, we'll put it out. We'll probably do that in the future too. I don't know if you've seen videos of us doing Facebook Live where we play rehearsals and do sets and do little interview things, stuff like that. We'll do that again in the future for this record, I'm pretty sure. and maybe set some shows up and too. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at now.
Kind of feel like me. I was actually last night before I went to bed. I was actually trying to set up a future interview with another band over in Sweden, and he was like, "Dude, we're like 7 hours ahead of you. Go to bed." He was even telling me go to bed. I'm like, "Dude, we don't get paid for this, but we're trying." So I'm like pushing whatever I can to try to get to that point. So I mean, sometimes you got to sacrifice, and unfortunately, sleep is usually the first thing to get sacrificed with anything. Of course, I'm sure you guys know about that. So
right.
Keep doing what you're doing. It'll work out. You keep doing what you're doing, like just like anything else. It'll build up. It'll build up. Yeah.
Well, hey, we appreciate you taking the time out, Evan. And like I said, I know it was kind of a short notice for you because, like I said, Tony was already like on board, and he was like, "Oh shit, I didn't realize it was in the morning." And I was like, he said, "Well, he was like, let me get in touch with Evan." I'm like, "All right, cool."
It's a pleasure. It's absolutely a pleasure.
But I really do love to hear a lot of the history behind you guys, because you guys are deep in it, especially with Tony and going all the way back to Trouble. That's a pretty big deal. So and it's cool to hear all the bands you been in, and like the story, the inciting mosh pits. You can't incite anything anymore. So
yeah. I can still incite shit. I still like to.
Yeah. Well, it's like you think the funny thing that the first thing I thought of, and I don't know if Chris thought about this too, but the first thing I thought of was we went to a show. We went and watched the Bass Strikes Back tour in Chattanooga, wasn't it, Chris? So
that was the first. Yeah, the first place we saw.
And like when we walked in there, it had a sign. It says no moshing or crowd surfing. And I'm like, they do know what kind of show this is, right?
we kind of looked at each other's like, do they realize who they've got booked tonight?
And it was funny because 3 songs into Death Angel set, and Mark Osagway was like, "What are you guys sitting still for? Let me see a fucking pit." And I was like, see the security in the back going, "Oh."
I grew up loving Death Angel, man. I love
them too. So.
I saw them on the Act 3 tour when they opened up for the headline at the Ritz in New York City, and the drummer came up to me and asked me for a cigarette. Little Andy Gilliam, the drummer, when he was in the band. Yeah, Death Angel, one of my favorite singers. That guy, those first 3 albums are awesome. I love all their stuff actually. Yeah. They got heavier and heavier now.
Yeah, I think they've gotten a lot better. Yeah.
I love Mark when he used to sing, man. Like Act 3, he used to sing and then have that fucking scream. That,
Hell yeah, he did.
Death Angel.
That was a pretty good impersonation, by the way. So
when I was a kid, dude, I used to nail it when I was a kid.
Mark, I actually got to meet Mark at that show. He's a really cool, laid back guy. It was so funny. We had went out for work and had to go out to Texas to train some new people for work. And then we flew out there, and while we were there, Death Angel was playing at the Trees in Dallas. And I told my wife, I said, "Oh, you got to go check out Death Angel." So I took her down to see Death Angel and Hellfire, which is another favorite band of mine these days. Yep. Great band. But it was them and Ex Mortis, so it was those 3 bands, and I was just like, man, they were so good. It was like a real shady, like little bar too. And it's like they didn't even like watch you or nothing going in. I'm like, damn, I'm gonna get stabbed at this motherfucker, But I got the shirt there, and then I seen him at the Chattanooga show, and he's like, dude, and he like looked at my shirt, and he's like, I fucking love that shirt, man. And he's like, where'd you get it? He's like, I want to know where I seen him at. And I was telling him, and he was like, oh, let's take a picture. Like he was the one like initiating he was initiating the whole thing. And I was just like, okay, I was going to ask anyway, but okay, cool. But he's a really cool guy. I like Mark. So
they should have gotten way bigger on Act 3, but
I agree. Yeah,
they got in a big bus accident. You know that, right?
Right. Yeah. We actually last week we did our list. We do a list when we don't do interviews. We have a segment we call the list, and that was actually the list. We were ranking the Death Angel albums in order, from what we thought was good to best. Yeah, so because I don't think they made a bad album. So
no, they didn't. They didn't.
I love Act 3, and then I would go Frog Through the Park. Actually, Ultraviolence is fucking awesome. Their first album is great. But Act 3 for me is their peak for me. But then they got in a big bus accident. That's what happened. The drummer really fucked high up, and they were actually supposed to be the Clash of the Titans. They were supposed to be opening for Slayer, Anthrax, and Megadeth back then. Alice in Chains.
Yep.
And then the record label dropped them because of all that. And
they
kind of went south from there. But and then I think Mark moved and got a real job and stuff for a while before they actually got back together. So they did like a reunion show, and that sparked them again, which was great.
Yeah. So, remember Swarm? He was in a band. They were in a band called Swarm.
Yeah.
Him and Rob.
Him and Rob. Yep.
Yeah, that was kind of tours because I think they were opening up for Jerry Cantrell's solo album. So they were doing a tour.
Exactly.
Yeah, which was cool. That's what I was like. Oh, cool. Maybe they're coming back together again. And then eventually they did come back together again.
Yeah, which is great. And I've been seeing that a lot with a lot of bands. Like just read where crap, I can't think of it. But I just seen God Forbid like a year or two ago, and like I just seen where they were talking about getting back together doing new music. I said, oh, that's great. I can't wait.
I know
Shadows Falls, another band that's
cool.
Got back together and talking about doing new music and
that's like considered like American thrashcore, right? Like
metal. They Shadows Fall. They were initially more of like a
Kill Switch Engage-ish.
They were a little bit more. Yeah, they were more of a Shadows Fall was more of a metalcore band when they first came out, but they got a little more groove oriented towards 09 and their Retribution album. So Brian Fair had incorporated clean lyrics a little bit more. That may have had to do with age. I don't really know, but so their vocals got a little bit cleaner in 09 before they kind of went on hiatus. But
the newest article I read was Biohazard. Actually, we're talking about they done played a couple of shows. And now they're talking about doing new music, which I was like, wow.
They're going to be at Blue Ridge, I believe. The original lineup. I think they're going to be at Blue Ridge.
Yeah, I saw them a while back. I used to go to growing up. Every weekend, me and my buddies used to go to L'Amour's in Brooklyn, and that was the place to be because every time you would go there, sometimes you'd have Overkill play there Friday, Saturday, Sunday night. Like weekends under a different name. Slayer every now and when Slayer got big up to seasons, you'd have them play under like Angel of Death or something, or Megadeth, or all these big bands would come through there, and that's how you'd be introduced to a lot of those bands back then.
Nice.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, God Forbid's really cool too. I met the singer a few times because they're from Jersey. I think they're from Jersey. Yeah.
We were just talking about this before you guys, before you come onto the show. We were talking about how the Northeast is really like popping with a lot of bands. Like we didn't realize there were so many bands from that Northeast, section. Man, there's, we've actually talked to a few on here, like Eyes of the Living's from Philly, and then Sepsis is from up there. So
New Hampshire,
New Hampshire. So there's a lot of talent up in that area. So,
do you guys have you guys ever heard of the band called Mythosphere? They're a new band.
So I've heard of those guys.
It's members Pale Divine and Beelzebub.
Yes. I think we did a story about that a while back. So.
The drummer Darren McCloskey is the drummer Darren McCloskey, and the singer guitar player is Dana Ort, and they were in a band called Beelzebub, and we did a tour with them back in 2018-19 with Chevy, and they're a really cool new band from I would say Maryland, Pennsylvania area to check out. They're really cool.
Speaking of that area too, I did see where Maryland Death Fest was already announcing some bands for that. So it's
they've started.
It's cool to see that rolling again. So
yeah, they're still doing that. We've played that place. We've done Maryland Doomfest twice. So I did the first show,
cool,
audition, and then the following year we got invited back and did that again. and we opened up for the Maryland Tomb Fest. And now, yeah, they're doing it again this year. That's a Cafe 611 in Frederick, Maryland. Really cool club, really good people out there. Great circle of people, bands that come see each other's bands, play there every year. And I don't know if we're going to play there again this year, but we might go back there and play there again. I recommend checking that place out. Yeah.
Right, we don't want to keep you no longer than we have to. I know it's a Saturday, and I don't want to keep anybody from going about their days. So we do appreciate you stopping in and sharing all the stories with us.
Right on.
And all the news, and happy 10th anniversary to Spillage.
Yeah, man, 10 years.
And then happy birthday to the two members that one this week and one next week. So
yeah, Tony.
We'll definitely be shouting him out next week because I do the birthday. We always kick the show off with the birthday list, so I always shout out a lot of those. Like I said, if I wasn't following a lot of these guys, I wouldn't know the birthdays because a lot of the sites that I go to doesn't have unless you're Metallica or Beatles or somebody, you're not on there. So it's like
right.
So it's I do like to do the call outs as much as I can gather. So
cool. Yeah, man.
But yeah, we do appreciate you taking the time and talking with us. And if you guys haven't checked out Spillage, you can check them out on their webpage and on all the socials. And check out their albums on Spotify, or actually go to their website and buy their albums.
Even better. Yeah, even better.
Have a hard copy in here.
Yeah, spillage-online.com. You can get our records there, some merch there with shirts, all sorts of fun stuff. Spillage.bandcamp. You can get some records there. You can listen to the album there. And Facebook.com/Spillage Rocks. We got all sorts of stuff on there too. You can watch some live videos. And keep up on whatever's coming out. We'll let you know when the record's out. We'll let you know when the live record pops up, and pick that up and crank it and fucking get a little dose. If you've never heard Spillage live, it gives you a chance to kind of hear the band live. And next time we come to your town, you can check us out, support us.
If it comes out in the summer, like you're hoping, then you can roll the windows down and crank that shit. So.
Every time I play heavy music, it's got to be loud, man.
Yes.
Let everybody hear it. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
El. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Evan. We appreciate you very much.
Okay, man. Take care. Good luck with everything.
You too, sir. Appreciate you. All right.
Peace.
Elvin Rodriguez, everybody. Elvin Rodriguez. Did I say Eldon? Elvin Rodriguez.
Elvin, yeah.
Elvin. Elvin.
Yeah, Elvin. Don't mess it up.
I think I caught myself.
Yeah, you did. I'm just giving you a hard time. Man, that's so good to talk to him. Like I said, I've been like the anticipation of talking to a lot of these bands have been there since the fest, and I'm just like, we've had so much lined up in between time, we haven't had a chance to reach out to a lot of these guys. So thankfully, we finally got the chance to sit down with them. There's a couple other bands on that little tour I would love to talk to. Actually, one of them, as I mentioned, the Red Mountain. They're actually working on a new album too. So hopefully,
that's good.
Get those guys on, talk about their new stuff. But just so you guys are kind of following, that's going to be kind of the setup for the next 4 weeks anyway. So we've actually got guests lined up for every week up until the 18th. So I guess you guys will be able to tune in and actually see guests on here pretty more regular than usual. Yeah. So which is also actually one of the things that we talked about last year. We want to do more of this year. So we're definitely heading in the right direction so far. But we'll see how the year plays out. So. January and February looks like it's going to be good to us. So,
so we're of course if everything goes according to plan, then we're going to be on a 4-week guest streak, and that'll be our longest streak so far. So hopefully everything comes together like it's looking like it will. So
it goes together like butt cheeks.
That's right. That's right. Come together like butt cheeks and be the shit.
Oh man. Well, we're going to crank up into this thing so we can kind of get through our stories and all the other good stuff.
Yeah, we got to. Dude, did we have to finish the birthday list? I think we only got like 2 or 3.
Yeah,
I
didn't get far in. I'll just redo it because it wasn't that far in.
Okay.
Birthdays, right. Like I said, we have one left over from the 21st. Zane Smith, he's a vocalist and guitarist from Locust Grove. January 22nd, we have Steve Riley, drummer for LA Guns and Wasp. Stephen Adler, drummer for Guns N' Roses from 85 to 90. Ben Moody, guitarist for Evanescence from 95 to 03. January 23rd, we had Samsa Astala, a former drummer for Lordy. January 24th, we had Nigel Glockler, drummer for Saxon. John Mayung, bassist for Dream Theater. Michael Kiske, vocalist for Halloween from 86 to 93, and then came back in 2016 and still there. So, which is great for them guys because I think they're in the best. I think they're doing their best vocalist right now. I think there's 3 of them now, right?
There is, yeah. All 3.
Yeah.
All 3 of them
works
are in the band.
so well. Works so well.
You wouldn't have thought, but it really does.
No, you wouldn't. Yeah. We had I'm going to kill this name. It's Watold Kiltika, drummer for Decapitated. He unfortunately passed away in 2007. And of course, we had the aforementioned Billy McGuffey, bassist for Spillage. January 25th, we had Jesse Hart, vocalist for South Gang. Jack Fowler, guitarist for Sleeping with Sirens. And Adam Smith, drummer for the Red Mountain. So they get mentioned again.
Oh, nice.
January 26th, we had Eddie Van Halen, guitarist for Van Halen, of course, and he passed away in 2020, which I got to talk to you this as soon as I get through this. I'm going to mention something. Tom Kiefer, guitarist and vocalist for Cinderella. Willie Adler, guitarist for Lamb of God, and then Matt Heafy, vocalist and guitarist for Trivium. Man, that's a hefty list of big name people right there. So, then January 27th, we had Brian Downey, drummer for Thin Lizzy, Mike Patton, vocalist for Faith No More, and then Yannick Gers, guitarist for Iron Maiden. January 28th, we had Danny Spitz, guitarist for Anthrax from 83 to 95, and then came back for a little brief spell from 05 to 08. Donald Tardy, drummer for Obituary and Cause of Death. Jared Montague, drummer for Taproot, and then Matt DeVries, I don't know how he pronounces that, but guitarist for Chimera. So that was the birthday list. I wanted to go back and touch on something. When I looked these up, it had Eddie Van Halen, heavy metal guitarist, and then it said Willie Adler, hard rock guitarist. I said, I think they mixed that up a little, but
yeah, maybe a little bit.
I thought that was kind of odd. I was like, wow.
Yeah. Well, I've always, and like I say, I like Van Halen, but I've always thought that Eddie Van Halen was a heavy metal guitarist in a hard rock band. Yeah. So, like I say, that's nothing against Van Halen. I am a fan of Van Halen, but I've never really considered, like, as far as their entire career, I've always considered them more of a hard rock band than a heavy metal band. But again, that's not a problem. I know you saw this, but yesterday was my daughter's birthday, so she is 21 now. So, and yes, she got her first legal drink last night. So,
there was
my brother bought it for her. I didn't buy it. So, her uncle bought her first legal alcoholic beverage. So,
so Bob was the culprit, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that figures. So.
Yeah, it tracks, doesn't it?
Yeah, it tracks. There was another birthday I've seen on here, and I can't find it now. But I'll try to find it and go back through here. Yeah, I'll try to find it and go back through.
Thank you for
there was another one on this one.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ace. By the way, appreciate it.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
So happy birthday to Kayla as well. So happy birthday to
everybody,
to all those I mentioned, and if, like I said, if you're listening, had a birthday, happy birthday to you as well. So, and then next week's going to be a big birthday list. So, all right. So I guess we can crank into some news here. So,
yeah, we should probably try to get through this pretty quick. As quickly as we can.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't have but 4, so
okay.
I think 4 or 5. One of them was real short, so it's not going to.
All right, that's cool. Well, I've got
most of it was headline material. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then I'll start off. I'll start off with this, and maybe we'll talk about it for a little bit, because I mean we could probably talk about it at length, because it's gonna be something that's probably gonna frustrate us both at minimum and piss us off at most.
Oh, all right. I already know where you're going. So
yeah. So I have this over at Blabbermouth, but of course this was big news across all of our news outlets. But Pantera's appearance at 2 rock festivals in Germany this spring have been canceled following an outcry over singer Philip Anselmo's previous racist remarks. The reformed band, and of course, by now it's Phil, Rex, Zach Wild, and Charlie Benante, were scheduled to appear at Rock am Ring and Rock im Park, 2 simultaneous rock festivals, which will take place June 2nd through 4th in Nürburgring and Nuremberg, respectively, over in Germany. However, after intensive discussions with artists, partners, and fans, I guarantee you it's not the fans, the festival promoters decided to remove Pantera from the bill. Quote, the band Pantera will not perform at Rock im Park and Rock am Ring 2023 as announced, said the Rock am Ring and Rock im Park organizers on Monday, January 23rd on Twitter in identical statements. Most of the backlash stemmed over the fact that Anselmo made a Nazi-style salute when he performed at the January 2016 Dime Bash event at the Lucky Strike Live in Hollywood in honor of late Pantera guitarist Dimebag Darrell Abbott. He also appeared to say white power as he made the gesture, but he later claimed he was joking about drinking white wine backstage and was reacting to the audience members up front who he says were taunting him. There was additional criticism with regard to the fact that Rock am Ring takes place in Nuremberg, known in its English form as Nuremberg, where Hitler supporters held a series of mass Nazi party rallies between 1933 and 1938. In calling for Rock am Ring and Rock im Park organizers to cancel Pantera's appearances at the festivals, the German Green Party said in the Nuremberg City Council that Anselmo, quote, repeatedly and deliberately made Nazi gestures and yelled racist slogans, end quote. Rika Lawrence, I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it, but anyway, the spokeswoman for the Greens against racism and right-wing extremism added that, quote, the former Nazi party premises were being deliberately misused for the staging and reproduction of racist and inhuman ideology, end quote. The Green Party asked the organizer, Argo Concert GmbH, to reconsider its invitation to Pantera and call off the band's performances at Rock am Ring and Rock im Park, which are usually regarded as one event with almost identical lineups. It is considered to be the largest annual music festival in Germany and one of the largest in the world. Back in May of 2019, Anselmo was asked by UK's Kerrang! Magazine if he feels the Dime Bash debate is something he has moved past. He responded, quote, I feel like it's ridiculous. I made an off-color joke and boom, it's like I'm literally Hitler. I'm not. I take each individual one at a time in the way that any logical individual will. I have love in my heart. Over the years, I've learned to take the first step with love and to put good faith first. I get along with everybody. If there's any doubt about my political leanings, people should get it out of their heads. I was raised amongst a dazzling cast of characters from the theater, from the mental hospital, from all walks of life, all colors, creeds, and kinds. It's absurd to me that anyone in this day and age would judge anyone by the color of their skin, their heritage, or their religion. I'm a harmless guy. I'm reactionary, not a troublemaker, end quote. In the days following the Dime Bash incident, Machine Head's Rob Flynn, who played Pantera songs with Anselmo at the event, released an 11-minute response video in which he denounced Anselmo as a big bully, quote unquote, and a racist. I don't recall ever seeing that, to be completely honest. He concluded by saying that he would never play another Pantera song again. Anthrax's Scott Ian, who is Jewish, released a statement on his official website saying Philip's actions were vile and invited Anselmo to make a donation to the Simon Wiesenthal Center. Former Pantera drummer Vinnie Paul Abbott, who hadn't spoken to Anselmo since the band split in 2003, was dismissive when asked for a comment on the singer's white power salute. Quote, I can't speak for him, Vinnie said in a 2016 interview. He's done a lot of things that tarnish the image of what Pantera was back then and what it stood for and what it was all about, and it's sad, end quote. In 2017, Anselmo blasted, quote, false journalism in the metal community, end quote, for suggesting he was racist because of his actions at the Dime Bash. In the weeks after the Dime Bash incident, Anselmo's Down Project canceled a number of shows, including at France's Hellfest, Dutch festival Forte Rock, and UK's Download. The singer wrote an open letter to the Hellfest organizers in which he said it was not the right time for Down to tour. He also revealed that he was suffering from a recurring knee injury and needed rehab. So I remember seeing the video of this when it came out, and I didn't really think too much of it, because to me it sounded like he was fucking around. And Ace, you're right, actions do speak louder than words, but like I said, I remember seeing it when it came out, because I remember the headline, Philip Anselmo makes Nazi salute at a concert. I was like, holy shit, really? And then, I took a look at it, because I've seen, like I say, I've seen Pantera in concert a few times. I've seen Superjoint Ritual at Ozfest, and I've seen some interviews and stuff with him. And when I saw the video, I was like, man, he was just fucking around. Granted, it's not exactly, it's not, the Holocaust and all the Nazi stuff isn't anything it's not really a laughing matter. But to me, the way I perceived it is, you can tell he was, fucking around in the moment with the people at the venue. So, to a certain extent, I get it, but something that happened 7 years ago, again, Ace, like you say, one mistake and the spotlight marks you for life. I don't think it should. So that's kind of the way I look at it. Jason, I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah, I can kind of, I kind of agree with that, I guess, in a sense. People make mistakes. He come out, apologize for, for it, whether it was intentional or not. He still apologized. So, and like you said, there's been, I've been to shows with Down, of course, and feeling some on the Illegals, and there's all walks of life in that crowd. So it's not like, whatever he did or said was taken intentional. I don't think, from a fan's perspective. Like, I think that, we know how media is. Media is going to make things out bigger than what they are. So, I still think that's kind of unfortunate that the fans aren't going to get to see, Pantera, and they, some people may have bought tickets for that festival just for that. So
they probably
a
lot of them probably did.
Yeah, so it's kind of sad. And then I've seen where they also pulled him from another one somewhere.
Yeah, they had one of their concerts in I think it was Vienna, Austria, that got canceled.
Yeah, Austria,
for the same reason.
Which is crazy. Like I said, I don't know. Like I said, it's one of those things where you can't control what was it.
Here, I'll put this up on the screen.
Yeah.
It shouldn't mark you for life,
right.
But that is the digital age. I remember it, and remember
Yeah.
I was offended, and my YouTube friends weren't. It's just a difference of perspective, but it shouldn't mark him forever, as he has showed it was a lesson learned. And see, Ace brings up a good point, and I definitely wouldn't fault. I definitely don't fault Ace or anybody else who may have been offended at the time, because, like I say, I took it in the context of like, oh, YouTube is white. Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought YT meant YouTube. Sorry, but
it's Whitey.
Whitey. I'm using that from now on. Whitey, I fucking love it. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but I love it. But regardless, I definitely wouldn't fault anybody who was offended. Because, like I say, I could see why somebody would be, because, like I say, with the amount of stuff that the Nazis did and the amount of people they killed, all in the name of all that ridiculous ideology. So I say, I do get it, but
it's a difference in how, in the era you were raised in. I'll always go back to that, because if you look at you look at the TV that we grew up on. I mean, I personally remember watching the Jeffersons and him calling white people honkies, and I remember watching Sanford and Son, and Archie Bunker was one of the most racist things on TV. It's like so it's like you grew up in that and watching that. So I think it made you a little more, I don't know, either thick skinned or you just didn't find it as because it's TV, so you knew it was kind of entertainment. So I don't know if you just looked at it that way and like, this isn't like real, so why the hell am I caring? But it was funny, and like I said, things change, times have changed, and you can't do things like that anymore because, somebody getting offended. I do think it's, like I said, like she's saying, like if you were, if you're 25 and just now getting turned on to Pantera and you hear that, you're like, oh, fuck that guy. You know what I mean? But us that grew up with that, and we're just like, he fucked up. Okay. It desensitizes you. You're right. But is there still problems in this world like that? Of course there is. I mean, there's always unfortunately, there's always gonna be. I mean, we're not going to ever, I wish I could say we could, but I don't think you're ever going to kill racism because there's going to be hate in somebody's heart for another race or a group of people, whether it's Jewish
always,
or African or whatever. And I've always been the kind of person where I like you. If I don't like you, I don't give a fuck what color or creed or whatever you are. I just don't fucking like you. I mean, it's just the way it is.
Well,
it's like,
but I mean, but I mean, like I'm the same way. If there's somebody that I don't like, it's because of that something happened between me and that particular person that made me not be a fan of that particular person. But that particular person doesn't represent any other, whatever it is, skin color, ethnic group, anything. They are not. It's a one-on-one thing. That's what it is.
Exactly.
So it's some sort of interaction that was adverse. So now I have a negative opinion of that particular person for a specific reason.
Right. Yeah. And that's kind of what's going on here. Is somebody seen that and they're like, now they got a negative, that negative, and now they're just going to always see that as him as a negative. So which is unfortunate for like I said, for fans of the band, but hopefully that I don't think that's going to carry over to here in the States at all. But
I don't think it will.
Who the fuck knows that politics get involved like everything else over here? You can't never fucking tell. But
I mean, of course, I understand the standpoint of I understand the viewpoint of the venue and of the concert, the promoters and everything. But I'm still of the opinion that even 7 years later, if you're still not over what happened, don't buy a ticket and don't go. The people that still want to go to the show should be able to go. Like I say, I get their viewpoint. I don't agree with their viewpoint, but I get it. But the people who bought the tickets and wanted to go should still have been able to go. That's just the way that's kind of how I'm bottom line looking at it, really.
So this is my biggest issue with the whole thing. How do you book a fucking band and not know about that? That's my thing. It's like how do you book a band?
That's also true.
It's been 7 years ago and you don't fucking know that? Get the hell out of here. Yes, you knew that. You're doing what you're doing to save face because somebody fucking complained, and you're like, okay, well, we're going to get somebody in their venue or government or something over there complained, so they're like, all right, we'll just cut them off the fucking show then. That's exactly what happened. You don't book somebody without knowing their fucking history. I'm sorry, you just don't do it.
Especially like I say, it was only 7 years ago. There was video of it happening like the next day, if it wasn't like the night that it happened. So I mean, it's not like it's not like they really had to. They would have had to look too hard, and especially a band like Pantera, like with the way, with all of the animosity, the whole Dimebag thing when he got killed. Vinny passing away from his heart issues at 54. So I mean, there's a lot of history with Pantera, and of course, not all of it good. And that's just one more example. So when that happened, it was a pretty big thing, because the headlines were sensationalizing the whole thing. Philip Anselmo gives Nazi salute. Okay, he did. Should he have? Probably not. Did he mean it? Personally, I don't think so. Like I say, I think it was all in jest. He was fucking around.
Yeah.
Bad joke. Sure.
Yes.
Joke all the same. Sure. So like I say, I don't fault anybody for being offended by it. Like I say, I wasn't, like I say, Ace. I mean, hey, I totally understand. And like I say, I understand the opinion of the concert promoters, but it should still be one of those things where I think you want to participate, buy a ticket and go. That's up to you. If you don't, if you want to make a personal protest and not go, you should be free to do that too. So, I don't really, I'm not a huge fan of choices being taken away from people.
Right.
I've never really been a big fan of that. I think people should be able to make their own choices. So, I mean, if the whole thing at the Dime Bash is still a sore spot for people, I think they should be able to choose not to go. And if Rob Flynn never wants to sing another Pantera song again, he's well within his right to do that. He absolutely is well within his right to do that.
So let me say this: Rob Flynn should never sing a Pantera song anyway. He's got enough in his own catalog. So,
well, that's true. But I mean, yeah, that's very true. But I mean, if he feels that way, he's well within his right to do so.
And we were just at the show where he paid homage to Dimebag, because it was he was there the week of Dimebag's death, so he was performing at the show that week. So he actually paid homage to Dimebag at that show. So I mean, it's not a thing, a knock against the band. He actually just did not like that. That's his. Like I said, that's another his right. It's his right to not like that. I mean, that's the freedoms we have is to like and not like things. So
yeah. So I don't like. So yeah, I don't think I don't really think events should be canceled, and I don't think people's choices should be taken away like that.
Yeah.
So so I think it sucks for the people. I think it sucks for the people in Germany. I'll be a little more specific. I think it sucks for the fans in Germany, and I think it sucks for the fans in Austria. But again, I mean, I get it. I mean, Germany and Austria. I mean, those are pretty. Those are pretty big. Those are obviously the epicenters. For that whole thing that happened, and obviously it was a super, super dark time in human history. And no, I don't think anyone in their right mind can really dispute that. But like Ace said, people do things that they shouldn't have, and and like you said, he apologized, and if you fuck up and learn from a fuck up, then then it can be forgiven, and I think it should be.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that's where we are with it. So no appearances by Pantera in Germany and Austria. So the band will still be able to move forward, and I think the fans will still be able to see the show. And we move further and further away from that incident day by day, obviously, because that's how obviously that's how time goes. But we can all learn from it as people.
I would be interested to know that how many refunds have been asked for since that. That would be kind of interesting to me of how that's going to affect the festival. So, which we always talk about that too. We don't want any like festivals or anything to go down. I mean, that's that's another avenue to get metal out there. So, but I don't think that venues or that festival's got any chance of ever being gone. I mean, that's a pretty big festival over there. So, but nevertheless, I'd still be interesting to see how many people have asked for their money back just because of taking them off the bill. So,
yeah.
All right. Well,
I don't. The festival itself's not going to suffer in the long run, but it's going to take. I think it'll take a hit. I think it.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, well, we'll switch gears and talk about something else that we could probably talk about for days. Over at Loudwire, the Republic of Belarus has essentially legalized, yes, I said legalized, music piracy throughout the Eastern European nation in response to what it considers unfriendly countries in the West, as Billboard and Gizmodo reported. Earlier this month, Belarusian dictator Alexander, and I'm going to kill this name, Lukashenko, signed the law that allows digital piracy in the country without consent of the rights holder. In addition to recorded music, it also covers movies, computer programs, and other audiovisual entertainment mediums. But the law doesn't explicitly state just what countries Belarus considers unfriendly. Still, the law seems to target the West after the U.S. imposed sanctions on Belarus last year amid Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Belarus is a Russian ally. However, the new Belarus piracy law includes the condition that those using pirated content must pay God damn, I can't say this. Remuneration to state-owned bank accounts. For some reason, I kept seeing that M as an N. I was like, wait, what? That remuneration did not make sense. So after 3 years, the remuneration have not demanded by the right holder or the organization for the collective management of property rights will be transferred by the patent authority to the Republican budget within 3 months, the law says, according to Torrent Freak. The legislation is to serve the development of the intellectual and spiritual and moral potential of society, according to Belarus, and the reduction of critical shortages in the domestic market of food and other goods, as the Odessa Journal reported. Belarus has never been a major music market. Major record labels cut ties with Russia after the invasion that began in 2022, but some have theorized that Belarus allowing piracy could have a ripple effect elsewhere. As Belarus is a very small music market, there will be little direct impact in the terms of music revenues for Western rights holders, analyst Mark Mulligan told Billboard this week. What might be impactful, though, is whether piracy networks start to operate from Belarus, distributing globally, but operating under the protection of the Belarusian law. The law is valid in Belarus until December 31st, 2024. So, I mean, that is a man. That's, like I said, I could probably go on all day about this bullshit because, like I said, we grew up in an age where we had LimeWire and Napster and all this stuff, and we knew how that went. So, to see them legalizing something as harmful as that is kind of a big deal, and like hopefully nothing major comes of this from paying seeing monies or anything from that. So all right,
I'm telling you, man, Russia. Of course, like I say, you're talking about not talking about Russia directly, but Belarus is a Russian ally. So I mean that all of those the Soviet sympathizers, Russia, Belarus, there are still some Soviet bloc. There's a little bit of sympathy for that still over there. They're just a pain in the ass. They're just a pain in the ass, and Belarus is doing this just to be assholes. Unfriendly countries in the West. That's us. That's us.
Right. Exactly.
They're just being assholes towards us. So I mean,
so what's new?
Just yeah. So I mean, it kind of is one of those things. Like, what else is new? But at the same time, I mean, there's really nothing we can do about it. And I'll be honest, as far as all that shit's concerned over there, we got bigger fish to fry. So I mean, if Belarus of all places wants to do this shit until the end of 2024. I mean, I don't think it's not right. It's not right, but there's nothing we can do about it. Let them rattle their sabers a little bit, and I guess if it helps the Belarusian people sleep at night, hey, fucking more power to you. I mean, like I say, I don't think it's right, but I mean, we can't get them to. We can't get Russia to not pick on their neighbors. You know, they're going after Ukraine right now. They try to annex Crimea not too long. I don't remember how far back that was, but Russia's just going to be Russia. Not saying I'm happy about it or can do anything about it, but I mean, it's just, you know, they're just being assholes to be assholes as far as this music piracy thing is concerned. They're just being spiteful assholes, just for the sake of it.
Yeah, like I said, hopefully nothing big comes of it. It's only for like a year, so
yeah, hopefully not.
Well,
hopefully
2 years,
not.
I guess. Basically 2 years.
Basically,
2024.
yeah.
Basically. So, but
yeah,
we'll see. So
yeah. All right, going over to the PRP.com for a little bit. Speaking of something else that we get tired of reporting on and pisses us off, Australian melodic metalcore band Thornhill are currently reeled from a burglary. Burglary. Yeah, I'm saying that right, I think. From a burglary of their rehearsal space. A statement issued overnight by the band on the matter reads as follows, and this story is from 4 days ago. So, quote, sometime in the last few days, our rehearsal space had been broken into and most of everything Thornhill and our members own has been stolen. The site where our rehearsal space is located had a major fire, and so no video evidence was captured as it had cut all power to the entire block. This is a devastating blow to the band after the last year we have had trying to get back on track mentally, gearing up for a big year of touring. However, with this incident nearing $100,000 worth of belongings stolen, we have barely anything left, with drums, cymbals, guitar equipment, IEM racks, merch, cases, banners, and personals being almost the things stolen from the premises. We have insurance, however, the CCTV footage and only a police report to go by, we can only assume that we won't recover any of our costs back. We are working closely with our agents in regard with our upcoming New Zealand and Australian tours to see if we can make things work, and we are trying our best to put these shows on for you. We have a link for a GoFundMe below, which is to help replace the gear that we had. If you can spare anything, it would mean the world to us as we are trying to find a way to get back on our feet and keep this band alive. And the link for the GoFundMe is gofundme.me/EEF60202. If you go to the story over at the PRP.com, you can copy it and paste it, or you can probably go to GoFundMe and do a search for the band Thornhill, all one word, and that GoFundMe should pop up relatively easily for you if you guys want to help out. So, as if the fire wasn't bad enough.
Yeah.
Someone goes in after the fact and takes 6 figures worth of basically like all of their shit. It just boggles my mind how shitty we can be to each other as people sometimes. You hear about it all the time. So I mean, it's definitely nothing new, but it's just so irritating.
Mm-hmm.
You figure, like after something like that, people would kind of come together and help them out. But nope, some assholes like, all this shit's ours now. So it just drives me crazy.
I wonder where they're at on their fundraising with that. So.
Oh shit! Let me see. I'll see if I can find out.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and read this story while you're researching.
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
go ahead.
Yeah, this one.
Here's good news.
Okay.
Found it. 58,711 Australian dollars raised of the $50,000 goal.
Oh well, there you go. Awesome. That's cool, man.
In 4 days.
Yeah, that's awesome. Like I always say this about, this always goes back to like Nonpoint when Nonpoint lost their trailer and their gear got all fucked up. It's kind of crazy. Like all the people from the 361 Nonpoint fan page raised the money for them to replace all that. Like the fans are of metal, or like I said, we talk about this all the time. And we just talked about it earlier. The fans of metal are our family, man. We don't want any hindrance of us being able to see these bands live, because that's kind of, like I said, that's our therapy, man. If you pay for therapy, you either go pay $150 to somebody else or give this band $150 to go watch the show. So I mean, it's like at least it's not for an hour every week. So
right. Yeah, you can pay $150 a week to go see somebody for an hour, or you can pay $150 for an evening and spend 3-4 hours at a show, blow off some steam, let out some energy, let out some emotion, and feel better. I'd rather do that. So thankfully everybody came together and helped out.
Awesome.
But hey,
it's good to see that. So.
But still, with as well as that GoFundMe has already done, still they lost $100,000 worth of stuff. So 58,000 obviously is not nothing, but we need, we as a people need to, help them out some more. So don't give up. If you're a fan and you got a little, $10-20, hey, $10-20 probably buys a pack of picks or some drumsticks, something, anything.
Yeah, and who knows, if you buy picks or something like that, you might wind up getting part of it back. So
hell yeah, you may. Yeah, that's right. That's very true.
Right. Have I told you that Jesus loves metal? Have I told you that before?
I didn't need you to tell me that.
Okay, well, this one's over. If you did, yes. This show's over. This one's over from Loudwire at an Exodus show in Penticton, British Columbia, in Canada, on tour with Anthrax and Black Label Society. A fan dressed as Jesus and described by an attendee as angry was kicked out and accompanied by police on his exit. No, it wasn't Officer Hope, the nickname many fans know guitarist Gary Hope by, but who left footprints in the snow outside of the South Okanagan Event Center, walking alongside the Christ costumed concert goer. It was 2 police officers was seen in the photo shared by a local on Reddit. Commenters on various Reddit threads didn't point to a definitive reason as to why this makeshift Jesus was booted from the show, nor did a pair of news reports based in Canada, but some had their own ideas. One concert goer, Jen Moffat, explains the nickname the fans earned as the night continued and theorized what could have happened to him afterward. He was fine when we met him, but we saw him later and he looked really angry, so we started referring to him as Angry Jesus. Pretty sure he spent the night in the drunk tank. He missed most of the show, she says, via infonews.ca. Another attendee noted the kicker was that Angry Jesus was carried out while Black Label Society was playing their hit song Suicide Messiah, but not before being photographed snacking on popcorn and washing it down with a fountain drink while surrounded by police, in addition to moshing in the pit during Exodus. You can't make this shit up. A little humor to follow my doctor's visits for x-rays after I ate shit on a slippery bus step getting off the border crossing, Holt said on Instagram, sharing a screenshot of a news report on Angry Jesus getting kicked out. Gary said the worst pain that I've ever felt, but it's not broken, he adds, on the newly sustained injury, probably under an underskin blood clot. Fucking hurts, but standing hurts the least. So Grand Forks, here we come. I may not be all over the stage, but or doing much of anything but riffing out, but it's going to be sick. It's been a bit of a rough start to this tour. First, Anthrax bassist Frank Bello was held up on board a plane for 3 hours after it skidded off the runway and settled into a ditch the night before the tour kicked off. Meanwhile, Exodus missed the first show completely, stuck in the infamous Donner Pass, which had been closed with no option but just to stay head to the second tour stop to join up with Anthrax and Black Label Society. So yeah, this tour has seen its area of difficulties, I would say. So, but they're overcoming and they're still playing, so that's cool. But yeah, so Angry Jesus kicked out of the show. I think that's pretty funny. They nicknamed him Angry Jesus. To be kicked out during Suicide Messiah was funny too. So
that's awesome.
They can't prove he was drunk though, but he kept turning all the liquor into water. So
wait, isn't that backwards?
Well, I mean, I said that too.
Yeah, and I have a hard time. I have a hard time believing he was causing so much trouble when all he ever does is turn the other cheek anyway. So
Yeah, well, you would think, but there you go.
You ever
That's
see?
why
You ever see that?
that's why there's people that dress up like that aren't always have the values of the Jesus they depict. So
Yeah. Have you ever seen that Key and Peele skit where he does that shit?
no, I
Where all,
haven't
where
seen
all,
that.
where all he does is he's constantly like,
Oh,
he's like, did you just show your cheek to me? Something like that. I can't remember exactly how it goes, but fucking Jordan Peele constantly, he's dressed up like Jesus, and every time he's like in it, he's like in the skit, every time he's in a situation, he just goes, it's so funny. That's such an underratedly good show. All right, staying over at the PR. Ryan Castaldi, guitarist for Fairfield, Connecticut, is currently battling cancer. The band themselves issued the following statement detailing his November 2022 diagnosis with low-grade follicular lymphoma and his ongoing treatment. This GoFundMe was also launched to help out with his associated medical costs. And just so we know, I did go check it out. They're seeking $60,000 for his treatment, and it's already after 1 week, it's already up over 45K. So congratulations to you guys for that. That's awesome. 45K in a week. Quote, Ryan Castaldi, guitar player for Currents, has been diagnosed with low-grade follicular lymphoma, which is a non-Hodgkin's type of cancer that begins in the lymphatic system. He was diagnosed in November of 22. 6 months prior to diagnosis, Ryan noticed a small lump in his armpit that slowly grew larger. A biopsy in October showed that it was indeed cancer. It's called, quote-unquote, low-grade follicular lymphoma because the abnormal cells are a slow-growing non-Hodgkin lymphoma that can go undiagnosed for years. The abnormal cells develop in clumps inside lymph nodes. This type of lymphoma is considered controllable, but not necessarily curable because it is slow-growing.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan is currently in stage 3, and the cancer was detected both above and below Ryan's diaphragm. Ryan began his treatment with Smilo Cancer Hospital Care Center at the end of December, and his treatment includes both chemotherapy and monoclonal antibody. This treatment will last for 6 months, followed by 2 years of maintenance monoclonal antibody treatment. Overall, the prognosis for Ryan is very favorable, but it will be a long journey. During the first 6 months of treatment, Ryan will not be touring with Currents. If treatment goes well, Ryan is hoping to be back on tour with Currents during the summer. Ryan has a very positive attitude and outlook about his current situation, but will truly miss touring and being on the road with his Currents family. All donations and support will go towards medical expenses, deductibles, co-pays, and maximum out-of-pocket expenses. You know, the racket that, the health insurance thing is in our country, but that's a tangent we definitely don't need to get off onto on this show. Treatments and living expenses. Being that Ryan is currently under treatment, Ryan's father, Steve Castaldi, will be handling the financial side, monetary donations, of this fundraiser on behalf of Ryan Castaldi. Thank you in advance for all your generosity, prayers, and support for Ryan in his fight against cancer. He will beat this. The link is at the bottom of the story. Like I say, the fundraiser is up and is over 45K. Inside and outside of Currents, Ryan's been family for over 10 years. We'll be missing him on stage and in the van with us for the next 6 months, but we're optimistic about his prognosis and confident that his comeback will be massive. The best we can do now is be there for him and help in whatever way we can. We're working on additional ways to fundraise for Ryan and his family in the coming weeks, and look forward to sharing that info with all of you. In the meantime, please send Ryan your love and well wishes, and be sure to spread the GoFundMe page. We love you all, and we'll be seeing you soon. End quote. And like I said, 60K is currently being sought to help Castaldi out with his fight. As of press time, rising alternative metal outfit Bad Omens, who have toured with Currents in the past, stepped up big time, contributing the current top donation of $5,000 to the cause.
Nice.
And
bands helping bands. Love to see that too.
That's kind of how it should be. And we are currently at $45,606 as of right this second. So he's well on his way to hopefully overcoming this, and the GoFundMe is well on its way to helping him financially recover from all of this. So
awesome, that's good news.
So
man.
we'll keep you guys up to date with any progress we get with that, but thankfully it sounds like it's something that they will be able to, like I say, at least control and as always, like we say, like everybody should say, fuck cancer. So
yeah. All right, this next story is over from Metal Hammer. Like many successful people in the biz, Dee Snider isn't looking to retire or slow his schedule down anytime soon. In fact, as he explained during a recent interview on Full Metal Jackie's weekend radio program, he's actually expanding his horizons and working on all sorts of creative endeavors, one of which includes writing a book about toxic masculinity. That's kind of strange coming from a guy who dressed up like a woman for so many years. But
right.
But and while he's not busy upsetting the online sphere of rock and metal fans with divisive claims about Robert Plant supposedly not being a good frontman, he's also working on animated children's shows because apparently that's what 67-year-old rock stars do these days. Speaking of how artistic expression in many forms is important to his well-being, Snyder says, as transcribed by Loudwire, "I am like a shark. If a shark stops swimming and moving forward, it will die." And it doesn't necessarily have to be in concert scenario. For me, it's anything that's new, exciting, artistic, and challenging. In 2023, I'm releasing my first novel, a fictional novel called Frats, and we'll be talk more about that in the future. It's nothing to do with rock and roll either. I'm also directing my first movie once I've written called My Enemy's Enemy. I was supposed to be directing it last year, but it's going in that direction. Judging by his forthcoming book's title, we're guessing that it'll be set in a university frat house, which, of course, has typically been a rife breeding ground for certain destructive behaviors. For those not totally well versed on the term of toxic masculinity, a dictionary definition reads that it's a set of attitudes and ways of behaving stereotypically associated with or expected of men, regarded or as having a negative impact on men and on society as a whole. Elaborating on the book and his other projects, he continues, the fictional novel is a 70s period piece, coming-of-age story, but it's all about toxic masculinity and growing up in a very toxic environment and how it affects people. I'm involved with 2 animated kids shows, he laughs. I have to laugh because if you told me 40 years ago that one day I'm going to be making animated kids shows, I would have literally had a fist fight with you. In the same interview, he was once again clarifies that his controversial comments made about the abilities of legendary vocalists while discussing what he likes and dislikes about social media. He explains, right now there's some craziness going on because I define the difference between a frontman and a singer, and people are up in arms. I said that Robert Plant is not a frontman. I'll say it again. He's not a frontman. He's one of the greatest singers of all time and one of my heroes and a friend, but he's not a frontman. So there you go. Not sure. I guess I could probably see the difference in a singer and a frontman. I mean, a frontman's kind of the imagery of a band, I think, and then a singer's just kind of a piece of that puzzle. So,
yeah.
When you say frontman, I automatically think, okay, they're basing everything about this. Say Pantera, we was just talking about that earlier. Say if Phil Anselmo is the frontman, then they're kind of judging the whole band on his actions because he's the frontman.
Right.
That's the way I kind of look at frontman and singer, but that's just my opinion. I don't know how D looks at that, but yes, Robert Plant is a great singer, and he didn't get where he's at by being a fucking mediocre singer. That's for sure. So
yeah, he was kind of because he said it about Robert Plant and Ronnie James Dio. He was talking about how he wasn't talking about their talent as singers, like you said. He was talking about like how they performed on stage.
More about imagery
right. And like I can see it a little bit. Like we've talked before about how good of a singer Bruce Dickinson is, but also about how he is, like how the stage presence he has,
energetic,
So I get, like, I get what he's saying. I do get what he's saying,
So David Lee Roth was a certain extent. David Lee Roth was a frontman,
right. Yeah, and
and I think it's more of like a frontman seems to be like a more of an entertaining piece than an actual just a singer, because
just somebody singing a song. Yeah,
to me, I would put it this way: like, you could see David Lee Roth jumping around doing all these kicks and shit, but you couldn't imagine David Lee Roth being at a show playing a piano, just singing to you. That's not, you can't see that because, he's more of an entertainer than he is a singer. Yes, he can sing, but he's more of an entertainer. So,
yeah. So I understand what Dee was trying to say.
Yeah, well, evidently there's a lot of people that don't. So,
right. Yeah, Dee Snider didn't say Robert Plant and Ronnie James Dio can't sing. He never said that.
Yeah.
Never said that.
Well,
all right.
Like I said, then thank you Internet for
Yeah, because that would just be wrong, of course. All right,
well,
this one
flat out lies.
Yeah, it would be totally wrong. All right, this next one is still over at the PRP, and this one's a really quick one because this one is something that is probably going to develop into something else.
Mm-hmm.
Like Moths to Flames have fired their bassist vocalist Aaron Evans amid disturbing allegations made against him. The statement issued by the band on January 25th reads as follows: "Quote, effective immediately." Yeah, that's easy for me to say. Effective immediately, Aaron will no longer be in Like Moths to Flames. Over the last few days, we've been made aware of numerous instances where he has abused the platform he was given within the band, end quote. And that's basically like the end of the story for now. So I have no idea what these allegations are, how serious they are, if there's going to be any, I have no clue. But this is going to be something that I'm going to keep my eye on. Well, I mean, we'll both keep our eye on it, but so if anything further comes out about this, then we'll definitely pass that along. But I mean, for them to just up and shit can somebody like that, just like out of the blue, because this is over the last few days, and then just like, well, you're out. So, so we'll see what happens with that. So could get interesting, and obviously probably not for good reasons.
Yeah, the right reason. Yeah. All right, this is a real short one I got over here at Metal Sucks. This is kind of interesting. Roughly 16 years ago, the world was introduced to a guitar-slinging, coffee-swilling, multi-dimensional terror known as Ziltoid the Omniscient. His quirks, his story, and his quest for dominance was the brainchild of heavy metal madman and seemingly all-around nice dude Devin Townsend. Now, after 2 albums and some hilarious YouTube shorts, Ziltoid is gracing an entirely different form of media, comic books. The first issue of Ziltoid the Omniscient will be printed on April 12th, with issues to make their way to fans shortly thereafter. Published by Opus, the comic is currently available on the Incendium website, offering fans a shot at owning a copy of the limited first print run of the first issue. Written by Lars Kenseth and edited by Denton Tipton, the first issue in the series also features art by Andy Kuhn, with color work by David Garcia Cruz and letters done by Jacob Baskell. As you can tell from the preview images, well, you can't see them with my voice, but they're on the Metal Sucks page there. It's looking like we're going to get a bit of Ziltoid's origin story. According to the story description, Ziltoid is tasked with keeping the coffee flowing for the Ziltoidians, otherwise space-time will collapse. Unfortunately, as you already know, Earth is the only place coffee exists in the universe, so the ensuing 30-page are chock full of wild stories. The first print edition is limited to 2,217 copies, with each copy being individually numbered and given a special foil treatment. The cover will be printed in cardstock, and the pages will have a glossy finish, all that can be yours for $19.99. So there you go. Devin Townsend's comic, or well, I guess not really his comic, but his character's coming to life in a comic. So there you go.
Yeah, there you go. All right, moving over to metalinjection.net for the next one, and this one's not super long either, which is kind of nice because we're trying to move this sucker along.
Right, yeah.
Terrorizer has broken up so drummer Pete Sandoval can concentrate on his new post-Morbid Angel band, I Am Morbid. Terrorizer was a band between 1987 and 1989, again between 05 and 06, and finally once more between 09 and 2023. Quote, important announcement to those who are asking about any news from Terrorizer. Guys, due to the lack of time, my busy schedule with my personal life, and I Am Morbid, I have no time to work with Terrorizer anymore, which means there will be no Terrorizer material. It's over. With that being said, I can tell you that the new I Am Morbid stuff will be awesome. We'll kill asses. See you in the upcoming I Am Morbid Festival shows and such. Thank you so much for your long and endless support, end quote. I Am Morbid is currently ex-Morbid Angel members drummer Pete Sandoval and bassist and vocalist David Vincent, alongside guitarist Bill Hudson and guitarist Richie Brown. So there you go.
That's kind of unfortunate, but I mean, with the little spans there where they were on and off, or who knows, they may wind up coming back at some point. So
yeah, it'll probably be one of those never say never kind of things, but who knows?
All right. This is my last story over from Metal Injection. It's kind of a retro news story, I guess. But
oh, cool.
So,
all right.
So you can check this news out. It's finally time to get really, really retro. If your mind is firmly rooted in the modern era, but your heart is happily fawning in the past, Sony has some good news for you. The tech and media giant is reviving their legendary Walkman model. Now has a high-res streaming device instead of a cassette player. Sony's new market entry, the NW-ZX700 Series Edition, is an engineered evolution in portable sound that inherits the philosophy of the signature Walkman. According to the company's site, a promotional video for the new device is also available on YouTube. Excuse me. In an expanded interview, Sony writes, "Experience your music as the artist intended wherever you go with the astonishing sound quality of the NW-ZX700 series, which inherits the philosophy of the signature Walkman. With enhanced battery life, a large 5-inch display, easily downloading and streaming functions, it is also portable and stylish for the most demanding music lover. I'll have to admit, it looks kind of neat, and other bonus, no more tape eating." Yeah, right. Still, it remains to be seen if yours will be inclined to carry yet another device around with them. Though I imagine gadget collectors will have their eyes on the firmly on the new NW-ZX700. Of course, while the new Walkman has been given a digital makeover, it's worth noting for the old school set that cassettes are making a comeback big time. Albums by Nirvana and Ghost has respectively sold thousands of cassettes in 2022, and more frequently, we're seeing a cassette version being issued for most new releases. Like the saying goes, what is old is new, though let's just hope that's the only 80s throwback at the horizon, at least for now anyway. But in the meantime, viva la Walkman. So, there you go. A new Walkman digital version. I don't know about you, but I actually remember the having a Sony Walkman growing up. So
same.
It's kind of cool to see the digital version available out there. So
yeah, who knows? Who knows if it's gonna catch on?
I mean, it seemed like it would be better for that than carrying your phone around in a gym and worry about dropping it and shit. So I'd rather have a player in my pocket and not be as. We'll see. I mean, I don't know. 5 inches is probably about the size of a phone anyway, so it's kind of like,
yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully it takes off. It'd be cool to see. So
yeah, it would be kind of neat. And just so everybody knows, before I read my next story, this is the link to Jason's weekly playlist right here.
Yes.
All right, I've got a couple more. And neither one of them are super long either, so we'll get through these relatively quickly. And unfortunately, damn it, the one story I have, over at the PRP, Las Vegas rock band Escape the Fate were recently called out for allegedly stealing the art of another band. Artist Cameron Gray took to social media to call out the group yesterday, January 23rd, over the matter. The artwork in question was created by Gray for the 2010 Dead Letter Circus single Cage. As voiced by Gray below, that artwork appears to have been modified to tease a forthcoming single titled Hate Myself from Escape the Fate. Furthermore, Gray alleges that Escape the Fate themselves had previously reached out to him about his artwork. Notably, Escape the Fate appear to have pulled their own post in the wake of the controversy, though it is still currently available on the social media for their label Big Noise, as seen below. Disappointed to find out today of a large band that I've enjoyed and admired for years ripping off my art, especially after they approached me to inquire about my album art. I always keep these things private, but this one stings quite a lot, as it was artwork I created for Warner Brothers and Dead Letter Circus, who I have a deep love and respect for, since they helped me become who I am today. And personally, as I've gotten older, I've become sick of protecting people from shitty behavior. And when I first pulled this story, there was actually a side-by-side comparison of the two. And I'll just say this. Yep. Yeah, there's I'll see if I can find it before the end of the show here, because like I was saying, I was gonna share the side-by-side comparison. And hold on a second, maybe I still have it on my phone. Hold on. Because yeah, there's no arguing with this one as far as I'm concerned. I'll see if I still have the tab open on my phone, and maybe it still has it. We'll have to see. Nope, fucking gone off of there too. Well, shit. Okay. Well, I'll see if I can find it somewhere, because yeah, it's pretty obvious to me that that they took the artwork, and don't get me wrong, it's not a dead, but I mean there's enough, you can tell they took it and modified it. So I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can find that when Jason gets back. I think he may have gone to the bathroom or something. All right, so oh hey, there you are. So I was just telling everybody that I couldn't find the side-by-side comparison of the artwork that is still accused of ripping off, but I saw it, and I'd say it's a pretty blatant.
Yeah, it's pretty spot on. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's pretty obvious that they took it and kind of tweaked it just a little, but not enough to make a difference. So yeah. I'm gonna see if I can find it, because they took everything down out of the story. And then the only other thing I have over at the PRP2, Vic Rattlehead, the enduring mascot for Dave Mustaine's multi-platinum thrash metal outfit Megadeth, will soon be receiving a new Funko Pop vinyl collectible. That figure will emerge in Funko's Pop Rocks line and can be previewed below. While Funko are currently directing to Hot Topic for pre-orders for the figure as of press time, the product is not yet listed on that retailer's site. So all you collectors out there, and Jason, I know you are one of those, so you can kind of keep your eye out for that. So.
Yeah. Well, while we're on that subject, I'll go ahead and share my purchase this week. So
there you go.
So there you go. Metallica's Mastery of Puppets.
Yeah, that's very cool.
It's got the stage and everything. Man. It's got stage lights on it too. It's cool as shit. Like,
yeah,
it's pretty.
Yeah,
cool.
That is cool.
So yeah. So yeah, I've been ordering directly from Funko since I've had all those issues with trying to pre-order shit from Amazon. So, which I did get my Judas Priest finally, and so I went up getting an Axl Rose with that, because I already had Slash. So I got my Axl Rose and my Rob Halford, and now my Metallica. My Pantera's pre-ordered from Clark Toys, which I don't know if I'll ever do that again either. We'll see. But I think I'm gonna try to stick with Funko. It seems to be a little bit more reliable. So
yeah,
and I got that pretty quick. I ordered it and then I had it 5 days later. So I mean, it's not a bad turnaround. So
okay, yeah, that is a pretty good turnaround actually. All right, I did find a website where I think I can. Yeah. All right. So hang on a second. Let me, because like I say, it's pretty easy to tell. Let's see what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a window. Let's do this here. We're gonna share that right there. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. All right, so here, all right, this is what was originally this is what was originally made for Dead Letter Circus and their single. So that's the original art by Cameron Cage. You scroll down to here. What the fuck? Oh, there it is. I scroll back up. So you scroll back up, and this is what Escape the Fate took for their new album. So original.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, it's pretty identical. So, I mean, we've seen courts we did stories where courts have favored bands over a lot less noticeable
over things that are less obvious than that. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think I don't think Escape the Fate is gonna escape their fate from this one.
No, they're not going to escape that
really
fate for sure. So.
No, I don't think they are.
Yeah.
But that was all my news stories. That was it.
All right. Well, I got a few headlines to go over here, so we'll run through them real quick. Marilyn Manson settles out of court with actress Esme Bianco. So I mean, things are looking a little bit better for Marilyn there. So whether he'll ever push past this is the thing. I don't know if that'll ever.
Yeah, I don't know. From what I understand now, he's only down to one active lawsuit. He's only down to one now. So they
dropped the other ones, and then he settled out of court with this one. So I'm not sure.
Some have been settled, some have been dropped, but he's down to one. So
I'm not sure if like this is more of a she was just looking for money, and he just gave her what she wanted to get rid of her, or whatever the case was. It's kind of crazy, but anyway, Hailstorm is already coming up with ideas for their follow-up to Back from the Dead, so Hailstorm fans will be looking for something new for them soon. Creators to play special 85 to 1990 set aboard their 70,000 tons of metal cruise. That'd be pretty cool to hear some old school Creator on there. So.
Yeah.
Clint Lowry on the upcoming Seven Dust album. It's one of the best records we have done in a while. So that's
really
that's pretty big announcement, because I mean they
pretty hefty praise.
Yeah, but I mean they got a award for their last one because it was during COVID, and John Witherspoon talked about this, and John Witherspoon said that he was at home and he got a knock at the door, and it was like the FedEx guy or something, and he handed him a package, and he opened it, and it was an award that they had. He said, "Man, 30 years and I win this award, and I can't even get on TV to accept it." So it's kind of wild that they won it that way, but that's like I said, that's pretty high praise, and saying they won an award off their last album, and this one's the best record they've done in a while. So
I know,
definitely looking forward to hearing that.
Yeah.
Good news, Nita Strauss shares another post-surgery update saying that she will be off crutches completely by Friday, which was yesterday. So hopefully she's moving around on her own by now. So good news on her part. Hopefully she's healing well and can get back on stage soon.
I know she's probably itching to do that.
Oh, yeah, she is. Ozzy Osbourne dons a shirt and tie to star in Workday's Super Bowl commercial. So look for Ozzy during the Super Bowl. That's going to be pretty interesting.
Maybe
they'll show it all.
Maybe they'll play the whole commercial. Yeah.
And then Blackie Lawless reflects on Wasp's first year as tour in 10 years. He said, "I never wanted something to not end so badly before." So hopefully that's a good sign that that Wasp is still going to continue to put out, or at least be on tour a little bit this coming up next year or something. So. The assault case on Tony, golly, I can't even talk. Assault case against Tool's Danny Carey dropped by Kansas City prosecutors, so that's good news. Case got dropped on him. Speaking of Tool frontman Maynard James Keenan's hosting an introduction to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu next month, and I think it's in Arizona, I think I read. So anybody in that area wants to take some lessons from Maynard James Keenan, there you go. So.
I mean, hell, between him and Matt Heafy and Dave Mustaine, I mean, they could get together and have a jiu-jitsu powwow kind of thing.
They should get together and remake Kung Fu Fighting. That's what they should do.
Oh my God! If that ever happens,
you heard it here first. You heard it here
first.
Hey, I can market the hell out of shit. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Carmen Appice streaming destroyed the music business, which yes and no. We've talked about our feelings about that on here. So,
well, music labels, maybe. I don't know about the music business, but
yeah. Well, I mean, labels evidently all the bands going independent, the labels weren't doing much for them anyways.
Right. So they I think they
kind of did it to themselves.
Yeah. So a lot of self-inflicted wounds there, I think. Yeah, absolutely.
Paul Crook is fully confident his tour with John Bush performing Anthrax material will happen. So that would be pretty cool. Since we were just talking about John Bush earlier. So there you go. A lot of coincidences with our conversation and what I'd already had typed out. It's actually pretty scary, but it's Rob Halford says the next Judas Priest album will arrive in 2024. So if you were looking for it this year, too bad. But he did say it sounds fucking amazing. So there we go.
I have no doubts.
We wouldn't ever think anything less, but Vince Neil is ready to conquer the world after recovering from his bout with COVID-19. So good to see him feeling better. So hopefully it doesn't affect his singing ability, because he don't need any other deterrences there. That's for sure. So,
yep.
Fear Factory re-signs with Nuclear Blast Records. So that's good news for those guys. And then Biohazard, of course, I talked about this earlier. Danny Schuler says there's definitely interest in new music from the reunited band. So hopefully that's something that may come forward in a year or two. Corey Taylor on his upcoming second solo album, nobody's ready for what they're about to hear. And I could say from what Chris says, we weren't ready on the last solo album.
No, we weren't.
It definitely was not.
Hey, but
he did warn us. So I mean,
he did. Yeah, he did. Well, and he did say, he's like, this is not going to be a heavy metal album, and it wasn't. Yeah. So I mean, he didn't lie. He absolutely did not lie. So.
No, I don't think Corey Taylor is the lying type, but he's pretty straightforward.
Corey Taylor would never.
He's pretty straightforward with his shit. So, so fans of Archspire, but would be looking and happy to know they're working on new material. It just needs more blasting, he says. So I don't know what blasting they're going to do, but And Metallica is going to debut their 72 Seasons album in theaters this April. So there's a one night gig there on there to debut the album. So if you want to see it performed in theaters, there you go.
Hey, you know what we should do? We should go check it out at the local. Oh fuck, never mind.
Yeah. No, we can't do that.
That's an inside joke. They recently tore down the movie theater here in town, so we wouldn't be able to go see it.
And it looks like Mike Riggs is back in Rob Zombie's band, which is good news, I guess. So glad that they are back to doing business together, I guess. Slipknot's Sid Wilson produced a new band called Swollen Teeth, and I actually listened to the track that they had out there. It's pretty interesting. It's definitely not Slipknotish, that's for sure. So, and then Death Angel has announced they have begun demoing their new album, so that's awesome news. So that means that it's getting closer and closer. So hopefully we're looking at a summer release there too. So it'd be cool to have Death Angel and Spillage out the same day. Let's make that happen.
Yeah.
The internet has decided that Sleep Tokens are metal's new sexiest new band. Are metal's sexiest new band. So I don't know why they put two news in there. Or maybe I copied and pasted. So it was on them. So there you go. Sleep Token has been getting a lot of.
That's good, because I was actually worried about that.
Yeah. But Sleep Token has been.
That's cool.
Yeah, Sleep Token's been all over the news, man. So they're definitely getting the hype that we always talk about. That what new band's going to get the hype? Well, they're hyping in this band up. So hopefully it's not another Spirit Box type issue where you're kind of like they hype it up and then you listen to it and you're like, I don't see what all the hype was about. But they're good. But what's the hype?
Yeah.
And then Anthrax is working on 11 musical arrangements for their next studio album. So. There you go. So we're looking at some heavy hitters coming out this year. So
Judas Priest, Death Angel, Anthrax, bring it the fuck on.
Yeah.
Metallica.
Is there there's Hitting a Road? How much Hitting a Road we got?
Let's see. Let's see.
Well, I got one,
two.
I got 4.
3. I have 3 pages.
Oh God.
I have 3 pages.
Well, I got 5 things here, so hopefully I can narrow it down a little bit.
I'll try to read through it as fast as I can. So
yeah, the first Bamboozle Fest since 2012 will take place at Vader Field in Atlantic City between May 5th and 7th. A majority of the lineup, save for a few mystery artists, including one celebrating an anniversary, have now been announced. And I'm not going through all of them, but I'll go through the big hitters here. Tilla's performing All About That Life in its entirety. Bad Omens, Black Bear, Cane Hill, Carnifex, Chelsea Green, Diablo, Flyleaf with Lacey Sturm. Yes, she is back with Flyleaf doing shows, so that's good to hear too. Gideon, Gridiron, Hollywood Undead, Ice Spice, Jax, Killboy, Left to Suffer, Limp Biscuit, Mayday Parade, Mind Force, Motionless in White, Palisades, Papa Roach, Poor Stacy, Say Anything, Scowl, Shallow Pools, Tala, the Callous Cowboys, Trippy Red, Valencia, and We the Kings are all listed on that festival there. So if you're in the Atlantic City area, want to check that out, May 5th through the 7th. There you go. Another announcement that came out, Obituary, Blood Incantation, Immolation, and Ingrown announced a North American tour that kicks off on April 28th in Charlotte, North Carolina at the Underground and ends on May 28th in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mercury Music Hall. Then we had Slaughter to Prevail hitting the road this April with a handful of U.S. tour dates. Unfortunately, if you're on the West Coast, you're screwed, but them's the break sometimes. So,
yep.
April 16th, Tampa, Florida at the Orpheum, and then ends on April 28th in Greensboro, North Carolina at Hangar 1819. So not a big list there. So, or big tour there, just a couple of weeks. But and then one I was kind of excited about was Avatar, Veil of Maya, and Orbit Culture, which I like all 3 of those bands. They announced a North American tour and are not coming here, so fuck them. But that kicks off on April 28th in Omaha, Nebraska at the Admiral, and ends on May 28th at Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania at the Roxy Theater. And then one more festival here, and then I'll let Chris take over. Heavy Psych Sounds California will take place between March 25th and 26th in San Francisco, California at the Parkside, and in Joshua Tree, California at the High Desert Cultural Center. The festival will be headlined by Windhand and Weed Eater with the full lineups at both venues, including Windhand, Weed Eater, Brent Bajork, and Nebula, the Atomic Bitchwax, Mondo Generator, Yawning Man, Fatso Jetson, Duel, Hippie Death Cult, Geezer, Cadabra, Warlung, Love Gang, Witch Pit, Cosmic Reaper, All Souls, Big Pig, Third Ear Experience, Death Chant, Whiskey and Knives, High Tone Son of a Bitch, and Disasteroid. So those are the lineups for that one. So that's all that I had. I know there was some other tours that were announced, and I didn't know how much was there. If I knew you had 3 pages, I probably would have helped you out a little more. But
oh no, it's fine. It's totally fine. Yeah, it actually ended up being a pretty busy week. There were a couple of days. There were a couple of days where it was like boom, boom, boom.
It was crazy.
Yeah, that's cool. Very good thing. Over at the PRP.com, leading off with Health and Author and Punisher going out with Big Money Cyber Grind opening on select dates, starting March 31st in Parsippany, New Jersey at the Dark Force Fest, and that's going to be Health only. Finishing April 15th in San Diego, California at the Music Box. No Nashville date there. Animals as Leaders have announced an Australian and Japanese tour starting April 11th in Osaka, Japan at Big Cat, finishing April 21st in Brisbane, Australia at Princess Theatre. Static X and Soil are going to be going over to Australia for a trio of dates. May 19th in Melbourne at the Northcote Theatre, May 20th in Sydney at the Metro, and May 21st in Brisbane at Eaton's Hall. The Fall of Troy has finally announced the lineup for their tour for their self-titled debut album 20th anniversary. They are going to be with Portrayal of Guilt, Satyr, and Zeta starting February 14th in Orlando, Florida at Beecham, finishing February 18th in Minneapolis. They will now at Darkmat. And then they will be with 68 Zeta and Silent Drive starting March 2nd in Baltimore, Maryland at the Auto Bar, finishing March 5th in Philadelphia at the Underground Arts. Pierce the Veil will be going to Europe and to the UK starting March 30th in Tilburg, Netherlands at 013, finishing April 13th in London, England at Alexandra Place. Thrice have announced The Artist in the Ambulance 20th anniversary tour of Australia. That's going to be September 1st in Melbourne at the Northcote Theatre, September 2nd in Sydney at the Metro Theatre, September 3rd in Brisbane at Princess Theatre, September 5th in Adelaide at Lion Arts Factory, and September 6th in Perth at the Badlands. Lorna Shore, Shadow of Intent, Body Snatcher, and Boundaries are going out starting March 30th in Albany, New York at Empire Live, finishing April 16th in Seattle, Washington at Showbox Soto, no Nashville date. Spirit Box, Loathe, and Brand of Sacrifice going to the UK starting July 5th in Birmingham, England at the O2 Institute, finishing July 14th in London, England at the Roundhouse, which is next to the Roadhouse. Family Guy joke.
Is it Ruby Roundhouse?
Yeah, there you go. Overkill, Ex-Hoarder, and Heathen. Tell me you wouldn't pay to see that show.
Oh, yeah, I would. It was coming here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's in Europe. Lucky for them. Starting April 13th in Bochum, Germany at Zecha. I still don't know if that's how you say that. That's what I'm going with. Finishing April 29th in Barcelona, Spain at Razzmatazz 2. So all our friends over in Europe, check out that tour. Going over to Blabbermouth, we have Anvil and Midnight Hellion going out starting March 31st in Providence, Rhode Island at Alchemy, finishing May 13th in Grand Rapids, Michigan at Pyramid Scheme. No Nashville date there. Coheed and Cambria and Deaf Heaven going out with Incubus to appear on 3 dates on the tour. Check out the dates for this tour. Starting April 28th in Norfolk, Virginia at the Norva, finishing October 7th in Los Angeles, California at the Hollywood Palladium.
That's a tour, man.
That's the tour. And then the 3 dates that are going to have Incubus and No Deaf Heaven are going to be May 23rd in Wilmington, North Carolina at the Live Oak Bank Pavilion, May 24th in Columbia, South Carolina at the Township Auditorium, and May 26th in Rogers, Arkansas at the Arkansas Music Pavilion. For those who like your hair metal, a little bit older, we have Europe, of all people, who are going to go out on the 40th anniversary. Going to go out on a 40th anniversary tour starting September 30th in Lausanne, Switzerland at Metropole, finishing October 26th in London, England at the Palladium.
This might be their final countdown.
It might be, yeah. Then we have Mr. Bungle, the Melvins, and the Spotlights going out May 11th, 2023 in Los Angeles, California at the Palladium, and finishing May 24th in Oakland, California at the Fox Theater. No Nashville date. Shine Down 3 Days Grace and From Ashes to New going out starting April 3rd in Saginaw, Michigan at the Dow Events Center, finishing May 9th in Portland, Oregon at Moda Center. There's no Nashville date, but they will be in Memphis at the FedEx Forum on April 21st. Then another one that I would pay to go see over in Europe is Testament, Exodus, and Voivod, starting May 26th in Wiesbaden, Germany at Schlachthof, finishing June 16th in Hanover, Germany at Capitol. That's going to be Testament and Exodus only. Disturbed has announced a European tour starting June 7th in Nickelsdorf, Austria at Nova Rock, finishing June 28th in Tel Aviv, Israel at Betan. Asking Alexandria will appear at a date in Germany, and I Prevail will be appearing at a date in Luxembourg. I'll find out specifics about those. The 69 Eyes and Pretty Boy Floyd going out starting May 5th in Phoenix, Arizona at the Nile Theater, finishing May 13th in Las Vegas, Nevada at Sick New World. That'll be the 69 Eyes only. No Nashville date there.
That's a weird combo.
It is kind of a weird kind of grouping there. Then going over to metalinjection.net, we have Nebula and the Atomic Bitchwax going out starting March 5th in Colorado Springs, Colorado at Vultures. That's Nebula only. And we'll finish April 1st in Denver, Colorado at Globe Hall. No Nashville date there. And then over to lambgoat.com, we have Unearth, Misery Index, Year of the Knife, Leech, and Turbid North going on a European tour starting April 1st in Dortmund, Germany at Junkyard, finishing April 21st in Stockholm, Sweden at Slaktkirkon. And that's the end of the list.
Nice.
Yep.
All right.
Well, that's hitting the road.
like I said, we're fast tracking as fast as we can. So
We're trying.
Over into our metal theme of the week. I already posted the playlist from last week's theme up there. So,
yep, there it is right there.
That was Rebellion. And this week,
Rebellion.
And this week is the metal theme of the week is flowers. You don't really usually associate metal with flowers, but we're going to do it. So, so my first one here is Guns N' Roses. Of course, you got the roses there. You Could Be Mine, which is one of my favorite Guns N' Roses songs from Use Your Illusion 2. And then I have Kill Switch
and the Terminator 2 soundtrack.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Then I had Kill Switch Engaged, The Rose of Sharon from the End of Heartache 2004. Then I had Candlemass, Flowers of Deception from House of Doom 2018. Then I had Bless the Fall, Black Rose Dying from His Last Walk in 2007. Then I went with UDO, Rose in the Desert. I mean, really, there wasn't. You're going to see a lot of Rose in here, I think. So, but Steel Factory 2018, and then I had Ambush, Rose of the Dawn from Desecrator 2015. Then I had Gravedigger, Desert Rose from The Last Supper 2005. And then I had I Am Your God, Flowers on Your Grave from The Resurrection 2020. Then I went with 10 Years Through the Iris. I know that's not what they're talking about, but Iris is a flower, so there you go.
It counts. It counts.
That's from the Autumn Effect 2005. Then I went with Lamb of God, The Black Dahlia from New American Gospel 2000. And then, of course, you can't say that without going with a Black Dahlia murder song, Widowmaker from Nightbringers 2017. Rest in peace, Trevor. Then we had Periphery Marigold from the Periphery 3 Select Difficulty 2016 album. So that was my list there.
All right. Well, we had two, which we had two overlaps.
Okay.
One of them was not surprising at all. Let's see. So I actually ended up with 17. I got on a roll, and then and I was just like, oh shit, all right, that's enough. And then I ended up with 17, but one of them was not on Spotify, and so it was the one song that I posted to the Facebook group.
Yeah, okay.
So, but I wanted to add it to the list anyway because it's, oh my god, I heard it. I was like, it was so fucking good. So anyway,
I'll probably just start creating a YouTube list too, because I have the YouTube kind of just music only. I got that too. So
okay, yeah, we may be.
So if it's on YouTube, it's usually on there. So
I guess we could always make this list on YouTube, and we always do Spotify anyway, but we could also we can compile it to YouTube also. So I mean, we could. Yeah. All right, so for flowers this week, starting off, I went with Thorn in My Side by Exodus off of Force of Habit from 1992. Then I went with Death Blooms by Mudvayne off of LD50 from the year 2000. Then I had Wilting in the Light by Light the Torch off of You Will Be the Death of Me from 2021. That's one I'm surprised you didn't get. Then I had Black Flowers by Channel Zero, which was a single that they released in 2010. Then I had Wallflower by Ginger off of Wallflowers from 2021. And then this is the one that wasn't on Spotify, but I wanted to let everybody know it because they can go listen to it over at YouTube, and it is amazing. It's called Flowers in the Midst of Hell by Creator. It was on a compilation called Maximum Hate that they released last year. It was listed as an unreleased demo, so that's probably why it's not on Spotify. But
yeah,
it is on YouTube. It is such a good song. Oh, such a good song. Then I went with Dead Seeds by Lamb of God off of Wrath 2009. And then we got one from one of our friends, Seeds of Hate by Hidden Intent off of Fear, Prey, Demise from 2018. Then one of our favorites just in general, we had Planting Seeds of Hate by Onslaught off of Killing Peace from 2007. Then I went with Desert Rose by Grave Digger off of The Last Supper from 2005. Then I had October Thorns by Flotsam and Jetsam from When the Storm Comes Down from 1990. I also had You Could Be Mine from Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 2, 1991, and the Terminator 2 soundtrack from 1992. That's one that I'm not surprised we both had.
Yeah.
Then I had Thorns in My Flesh by Arch Enemy off of Chaos Legions 2011. Then I went way back to the late 80s for a power ballad. I went with Every Rose Has Its Thorn, got a 2 for there, off of Open Up and Say Ah from 1988. Then I went with Throne of Thorns by Testament off of Dark Roots of Earth from 2012. Then I went with Roots from In This Moment off of Ritual from 2017. And last but not least, Roots, Bloody Roots off of Roots from 1996.
Yeah, and we could probably add a Seven Dust song, on there too, because I mean, Seven Dust kind of goes along with fertilizing for plants,
right? So. Yeah, you could. So since I didn't do Max Cavalera any justice there with my with my impression, I can't. Yes, I can't. You did it better than me. I can't do that shit. It hurts my throat. So yeah, we'll get that.
Honestly, vocally, that's about all I can do. So
yeah,
and if I have to carry it too long, I can't. So
yeah, Max is definitely a lot better at it than we are. That's for sure. So.
Yeah. All right.
We'll get that. We'll get that. Yeah, we'll get that collaborated, compiled, and we'll get it posted for you guys as quick as we can.
All right, so jump into album reviews and my overachieving ass this week. So
you did.
Oh man. Well, I mean, I've got it's like the dope EP came out like Wednesday, so I was working Wednesday night, and I was like, oh shit, that's out already. So I was listening to it while I was working. So that kind of kicked off a lot of it, and I was just like, "Oh,
yeah." And I still have to finish that. I still have to finish that.
I want to say one of these albums, I can't remember which one. It came out as well, so I listened to it that night too. So I really only listened to 2 during the actual release. Of course, I was in here at midnight doing finishing up my notes and listening to the 2 albums. So I was. I definitely get a heads up on all that stuff because I'm in here right when midnight turns and I'm already in here waiting on it to drop. So
yeah, and I don't work. Yeah, and I don't work nights, so I'm sleeping.
Yeah, I know you're sleeping. So anyway, the initial one I was going to do, and actually I did the review on all 3 albums that I told you I listened to, and actually the dope EP is I'm going to give it 4 horns because it's really it's really dope.
Yeah. So it's not just a clever name.
No, it's not. So I definitely enjoyed it. It was definitely really good. So
I'm probably headed towards giving it that same rating too. I haven't listened to all 6 songs yet, but yeah, I'm probably headed that way too.
It was definitely. There was one song on there I kind of was like, it's all right, but the rest of it was awesome. I was like, man, this. So I actually started out with a band called Enzilu. The name of the album was Ex Nihilo or Nihilo. I don't know how they pronounce it, but we'll ask them here in a couple of weeks because they're actually going to be on the show. So
yes,
they are a band from Helsinki, Finland, so been around since 2019. So they're a fairly new band. This is actually their debut album. So this is actually pretty good. And they are a thrash metal band, so right up our alley. So,
oh yeah, dude.
And I'm going to kill some of these names, and I apologize to them in advance because
because
we all know the Finnish names are hard to pronounce. So, Rasmus Kantonen on bass, Jesse Kamarainen on guitars, Sami Kanayanen on guitars, Timu Kimpainen on vocals. So hopefully I did okay with that. But so these guys were in different bands before forming this band. So it's kind of one of those things we were talking about with Spiller, just kind of like you kind of keep going into these different aspects of bands until you click, and and if that's the case, then these guys are definitely clicking right now. Let me tell you. This is a debut album, and it blew my mind. So like I said, 9 songs, 39 minutes, 59 seconds, not really long. So vocally reminded me of some Devil Driver, and overall with the musical compilation with it, kind of had a early Destruction vibe too. So
right.
So I mean, these guys are fucking awesome, dude.
Very nice.
Soon as I listened to this, I said, "Oh, I'm fucking hitting these guys up. I got to talk to them about this shit." But this album, like the whole beginning of it, just like caught me because it fades in. Like the very beginning of it, it's kind of like 1 second goes by and there's nothing in it. It goes, the drums fade into the drums. It fades into drumming, and it's so fucking awesome. I was like, I love the way they did that. And then it just beats the shit out of you till the end. So, it had an old school thrash feel, which we love that. It had, really some just amazing guitar work. I just love the like, and with it being a debut album, I like how the aspect of it didn't like no one instrument overpowered another. It was just kind of all leveled out, so perfect. Like
nice.
You don't see that a lot of debut albums. A lot of debut albums, especially because you don't have the funding that you would have when you're 4 albums in. So it's kind of cool to hear that great quality, especially with it being a debut album. So. Personally, I can't wait for more. I wish they'd come out with a double album this year. So come out with another one. Shit, fuck this. I'm down. Let's go.
Well, I'm gonna start listening to that as soon as the show's over. That's that damn good.
And of course, the album artwork on this is fucking great. It's gonna be. We'll be talking about that before the end of the year again. I guarantee you. Definitely
I just pulled it up.
Yeah, it's badass. So definitely giving this one 4 horns easily. I actually wanted to do 4.5, but there was one song on there, and I think it was the last song kind of went a little doomy on me, and I'm like, that's kind of interesting. Like I said, that's my first pass at it. So that may actually grow on me for a little later on by the end of the year. And it may jump up the list by the end of the year and be.
There you go. Yeah.
Be in the top.
None of these ratings are ever set in stone.
Well, no, I mean this is just like I said, first couple of listens, and then it's kind of what we base it on. If I had a week to listen to it and then come out with it, it'd probably be a little different. But
so were you talking about the title track, the last one?
Yes, I think that's.
So correct. it was almost 8.5 minutes long too. So
yeah. It was a real kind of like more doomy than it was thrash.
Okay.
So kind of threw me off a little, but like I said, it may grow on me. It was,
yeah.
It wasn't a horrible song. I just didn't like it as well as I did the other ones. So.
Oh, well, there's nothing wrong with that.
And then I listened to a band called Live Sin. They had a new album out called Kali Yuga. Live Sin is from Stockholm, Sweden. Sweden puts out some fucking bands, dude. Let me tell you.
They do.
This band was formed in 2016, and they were active from 16 to 19, and then again in 2020. So I'm not sure. I think it said this band was formed by Liv Jaguar after the split up of Sister Sin. So I think this is kind of an offspring of that band. So
because Liv Sin was the lead singer in Sister Sin.
Yeah. So the current band members on this is and like I said, I'm going to kill these names because they're from Sweden, of course. I think the thing that kills me about some of these is I don't ever know what consonant is silent. You know what I mean? And some of that stuff. So it's kind of like, okay, do I pronounce it with the J or not the J, or is the J a Y, or
Actually, I was just about to tell you that. As far as like the Swedish language is concerned, like I'm looking at their lineup right now. The drummer is his name is Per Bjelovuk.
Okay, there you go.
Because it's like the BJ is like a BY, like Bjorn.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Like that.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
He's a drummer. And then you got Patrick Ankermark on guitars, Liv Jagro on vocals, and then Daniel Skoglund on bass, and then Jay Mataru on guitars, lead guitars. And of course, like I said, if you ever wanted a history of Liv, man, she's been in some fucking bands like She Wolf. And,
she has.
Hysterica, Into Desolation. I mean, God, there's a lot of bands she has been in, and she's very, very talented singer. So
and as far as like the female heavy metal singer, she's super duper underrated.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. So actually, I was sitting in on their live stream yesterday. They were putting together like a test live stream because they're on Restream, by the way. But they were talking about how they're trying to get everything together for a live stream next week and perform the album live, I think. So that's pretty cool. Anyway, this is the band's third full-length album. 10 songs, 44 minutes, 51 seconds. Like I said, Sweden's put out some monster metal bands. We've talked to a bunch of them. So,
I'll keep talking to them too.
That's right. Yeah. And then, you kind of brought this up, and I said the same thing that Liv's range is like crazy. She can hit those highs, and she has some great cleans, and then she even has some. And I say semi guttural because I don't think it went total guttural with what she was doing. It was white. I guess you could say it was more. I don't know, maybe Maria Brink guttural, maybe instead of being, full
just
guttural.
kind of like. Right. Yeah, I know.
It's just a little bit raspy, So
right, just an aggressive rasp to it.
Yeah. It was really cool. It reminded me a lot of Doro.
It doesn't. Yeah.
And to give a recent comparison, it was very comparison to Tina from Hext, I think. So I think they kind of, and man,
there you go.
To say that right now, if you put those two people on a fucking tour, holy shit, that would be amazing. So if you're listening out there, book Liv Sin and Hext on a fucking tour. Make some money, because that's a money maker. I'm telling you.
I tell you what you could do. You could actually, of course, once they're done with their touring circuit and the festival and anything, you could actually and because part of the band is from Sweden. You could have Arch Enemy go out with Hext and Liv Sin on the bill.
Oh my God, dude! Down, boy, down! Oh my God, that's crazy. Anyway, this one, like the drumming really stuck out to me on this one. Like there was like some really great drumming in there, and I was like, you always hear something. It's not overpowering. I guess I don't want to say that. I just want to say it stuck out more. So like the beats and stuff were just so fucking like right there, like where they needed to be, and like so on point. I think is what kind of like stuck out. You're like, damn, he didn't miss a fucking beat. Like, damn, But the old school guitar sounds, which I love. It kind of had the old, Maiden. Testament, Creator, Exodus type feel with guitar riffs and stuff. So definitely going to be checking out the rest of their catalog. I'm giving this one 4 horns as well. So there you go.
2 for 2.
And then last but not least, I checked out Methane, which they will also be on the show coming up soon. So I'm killing it. We're racking them up, man. We're gonna have every band that we review on the show for the end of the year. That would be fucking amazing. That'd be awesome.
That would be pretty damn crazy.
But Methane just had a new album out called Kill It With Fire. They are from Borlänge, Sweden. So another Swedish band here.
Damn, you went 3 for 3 from Sweden. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. Yeah, it was I did. No, well, Finland and 2 Sweden, yes.
Yeah, that's right. Basically. Or Scandinavia.
Yeah. So still, what kind of got me is they consider these band a Southern groove metal band, which I don't know, not by what I was listening to, they weren't, but whatever. They have been active since 2012, but this is only their second album, which I'm kind of interested in hearing that story. But they have Jonathan Funden on drums, Jimmy Masterbo on guitars, Tim Scott on vocals and bass, and Marcus Grunstrom on guitars as well. So, and these guys have been in some bands too. You got Tim that's been in Revenant and Parasites. I mean, he's been in some. Those bands aren't. Those are some notable bands. I mean, that's not, that's bands I've heard of. So. Like I said, this is the band's second full-length album, 7 songs, 31 minutes, 30 seconds, so not very long listen. So definitely very fast listen.
Pretty close to an EP.
Right, yeah. So I definitely got some Exodus Creator vibes on this one as well. These guys definitely don't sound like they had a 6-year gap in albums for sure. And I'm like, man, these guys sound like they've been playing this whole fucking time. But again, great guitar work and drumming was on point. If you can keep your this one is one of those, like I can say this about the Zulu record too. If you can keep your head sitting still while listening to this, you probably need to check your pulse, because there ain't no fucking way. I mean, I was sitting in here jamming the fuck out while I was doing shit. I was like, yeah. Should be on
one of those YouTube try not to headbang challenge videos.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not going. Yeah, you're not going to make it through that one. Trust me. Like another great album cover as well. This one had a really good album cover. I was just looking at the album cover. I'm like, oh my god. Yeah. So I'm giving this one 4 horns as well for the trifecta this week. So there you go.
Yeah.
A 4-horn trifecta. So, like
Nice.
I said, we will be talking to Nzulu and Methane in upcoming weeks. So I will.
We reach out to Live Sin yet?
We have. I'm just waiting to hear back from those guys.
Very nice.
And gals,
Very
I guess.
nice.
So
yeah, guys and gals. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So.
All right. Well, unfortunately, like I say, I don't have the same schedule as Jason, so he gets a jump on me because he's able to.
I'm able to hear when it drops. So
yeah, he gets to stay up during the night when everything actually does drop. So he's got a little bit of a leg up on me. So I only got through the one album that I was going to do this week, and that album is Immemorial by a band called Ravenlight. They are a symphonic power metal band. They were formed in 2018. And why didn't I write down where they're from? Hang on just a second. Let me look this up. And they are from Belfast, Northern Ireland, from the United Kingdom. So that's very
nice.
Cool. Another European band. They are a 4-piece currently consisting of John Connor, not that John Connor, Dean Cain, not that Dean Cain, John Connor on guitars and keyboards, Rebecca Feeney on vocals, Michael Bugaski, I'm thinking, on drums. I hope I didn't butcher that one. That's another one of those where I don't know if the J is a Y or a J either, so it's kind of the same thing. I'm going to go with Bugaiski. I don't know if that's right. And then, like I say, Dean Cain on bass. This is their second, of course, only since being around for 2018. So they've been around for 5 years, going on 5 years anyway. This is their second full-length album. Their debut album, Project Genesis, came out in 2020. We got 10 songs in length, 47 minutes and 55 seconds long. So not too bad. 10 minutes or 10 tracks under 50 minutes. Not too bad. That's kind of skewed by the last track, also almost 9 minutes long. So most of them are, mid 3s, mid 4s. And then we've got one that's almost 9 minutes long at the end. I don't know if it was last week or the week before last where I was kind of talking about the difference to me between power metal and like the symphonic and melodic power metal, because there was a band that you were talking about, and I kind of got on like a personal description of what I thought. And to me, I remember talking about how, to me, symphonic power metal is a little bit different because you have to it can be a struggle sometimes to find the balance in the symphonic and the power metal part. And sometimes if the balance is off, the symphonic takes over a little bit too much for me.
Yeah.
Well, this album didn't really have that problem. John Connor, the keyboardist and the guitar player, obviously he can't physically do both at once, but the way the album is composed, the symphonic part and the keyboards are right where they need to be in the background as a complement to the rest of the musical composition. To me, this album found a very, very good balance, adding the symphonic part to the power metal part. So I think this band has kind of got it right. I haven't listened to their debut album yet, but going by what this album sounded like, I think they're on the right track, depending on what the debut album sounds like. Mm-hmm. So the power metal aspect that I like was there, the powerful guitars, the galloping bass, drums and stuff like that, the really, really, really well-written guitar solos. Like I say, the symphonic part was there where it needed to be, and it wasn't where it didn't need to be. There was a little bit of ballady stuff towards the end, which is fine. I've come to expect that from power metal, and then especially the symphonic power metal, and especially in a band that's got a female lead singer, that kind of comes with it. So it was there. Wasn't too much of it, so it was good though. The one thing that I will say about Rebecca Feeney, she's got an amazing voice, just like Tarja Turunen, formerly of Nightwish, and then Floor Jansen, currently in Nightwish. Nora Luhaimo of Battle Beast. She's got a voice in the same vein as the two of them. My only knock against her would probably be the fact that any note that she has to hold for longer than one beat, she kind of abuses vibrato. And that's kind of a pet peeve of mine. You've got an amazing voice, it kind of detracts from it a little bit for me. You got a beautiful voice with amazing range, and you kind of like just go overboard with a vibrato, especially on a higher note that you have to hold for longer. Vibrato is something for me that can be used too much, and that would probably be my only knock against her, the way she sings. And that's the only reason why I'm knocking it down a little bit. I'm going to give the album 3.5 horns out of 5 and not 4 like I originally wanted to. If it was just based on like the musical composition alone, I would have given it 4 out of 5. But that just she's got to find a little bit better balance for her personally on the use of the vibrato when she sings. Because I know with the way she can sing, she could hold that note and it could be super duper smooth and powerful the way she can sing. She just needs to tone the vibrato down a little bit. At least that's my opinion. So I would have given this one 4 out of 5 too, if not for that. So like I say, not the biggest issue in the world,
Right.
but it's something that I think she could easily remedy. And she doesn't even have to cut out the vibrato altogether, because it can be used well. It just can be used too much. And I just think she did that a little bit too much here.
All right, what's our list look like for next week?
Well, it's a pretty decent sized list. I don't think it's not as long as this week's, but we definitely won't have any shortage of stuff to listen to. So for the very first Friday of February, leading off with Active Impalement with Infernal Ordnance, we have All Out War with Celestial Rot. Kind of interested to see what that album cover would look like. Arcana Collective with Atlas Lost Act 1, The Long Sleep. Blackwater Sunset with Engraved Spectral Eons. Black Wolf with Thieves and Liars. Brian Tarkin and Heavy Friends with Brothers in Arms. Karathis with Moonstone and Amethyst. Clouds Taste Satanic with Tales of Demonic Possession. Dead Blonde Stars with Metamorphosis. Death Fest with Risen from the Tomb. A Diadem of Dead Stars with Emerald Sunsets. We have Disinter with Gera Eterna. Dismal with Gates to Apperception. Elderseer with Drown in the Shallowness, that is an EP. Endorphins Lost with Night People. We have Falaise with After All This Time. Forever Autumn with Crowned in Skulls, that's an EP. The Frex with Poachers, that's an EP. We have Fugit with Morphogenetic Fractal Hologram. We have Funerals with Let the Earth Be Silent. Godiva with Hubris. Happy Days with Enfer Jairegne. I don't know what language that's in. Hellwalker with a self-titled album. Hells with a Z with Warrior. Holy Water with a self-titled album. The Hollywood Stars was Still Around. That's an EP. Iron Asparagus with To Whom It May Concern. That's an EP. I may check that EP out just because I can't get past Iron Asparagus. That's awesome. Jupiter Zeus with Frequency Prison. We have Lansdowne with Medicine. Laughing Stock with Songs for the Future. Leprous with Aphelion, the Tour Edition. We have Manifestive with Legacy. Matthew's Hidden Museum with a self-titled album. Memoriam with Rise to Power. We have Mithridatum with Harrowing. We have Nemesism with a self-titled album. Nervo Chaos, who we got to see at
that's right.
with the Angelus Apatridis concert in Knoxville. So they have Chthonic Wrath. Osaya with Kronos, that's an EP. Palace of Worms with Cabal. Rexoria with Imperial Dawn. Ricochets with Closer to the Light. Ruskaya with Turbo Polka Party. That sounds interesting. We have Sanguisugabog with Homicidal Ecstasy. We have Ser with In Fate of Memories. We have Scrat with Act 2 De Wolf's Klagen. That sounds German. We have Stav with Simple Mercies. We have Starspawn of Cthulhu with The Cursed Vision. We have Thekla with My Sojourn Among the Torturers. We have 2 releases by Torben and Nevoldsen. That sounds Swedish. With 5.1 and Transition. So I don't know if those are re-releases because it doesn't say, and it usually does. So I don't know if that's 2 brand new albums or not. Then we have What Strange Beast with Starlight's Castaways. The Winery Dogs with 3. Winter Willow with Existential Vanda. We have Woo, W-U-W, with L'Orchestre And last but not least, Zandria with the Wonders Still Awaiting. So, quite a list.
You didn't say that one name right. It's woo.
Yeah. Whether you like it or you don't like it,
learn to love it. Oh man! All right, it's been like 4 hours, so I guess we need to wrap this thing up. Man.
Yeah, it really has. It's been 4 hours and 10 minutes.
I'm already got to make a blanket up on a futon in my garage now. So
yeah, well, as luck would have it, I'm actually home by myself for right now, so I'm actually not. I don't have anybody who's probably angry at me for being on this long right now. I'm actually surprised I'm honestly surprised, but thankful that we still have people watching, because I know we do still have some viewers. We appreciate you guys for hanging out so long. We know that these shows with the interviews, run longer by default. So we appreciate you guys for hanging around. So.
Yeah. Yep. So, and speaking of that, you can hang out with us next week as we talk to Kansas City, Missouri's own Elevate, which they had an EP out, which is probably going to be riding top of the list for my EP of the years for the rest of the year. So,
it's
definitely set the bar. So, I mean,
I was about to say it's number one on my EP list right now.
Yeah, they definitely set the bar. So I feel bad for anybody that has to follow that the rest of the year. Man, even bands like Dope, which I love the Dope album, but I still got Elevate still above that. So man, I can't wait to talk to those guys and see what's going on with them and their processes and whatnot. So definitely hope they have a concert close by here at some point this year. I'd definitely love to see that. Cool. So. Anyway, we didn't get to put our merch website up, but find that real quick.
Let me see if I can. Well, let me see if I can do that real quick.
If not, we can at least tell everybody how to get there. So we do have a new merch website over at the VOP USA Radio website. So Chris can find that. We're going to share that with you guys. We'll also.
I do believe that this is the link. Hold on.
Yep. VOPUSARadio.store/MHU. So there you go. So there you get your Metalheads Unite merch there now. So I think we've already had a few orders from what I was told. So that's pretty cool. There's t-shirts and mugs and stickers and all kind of good stuff over there. So go check that out. Yep. Buy some merch, because that's how we all make money too. So
and the cool thing is you can also, they've actually made it easier to watch the show. You've always been able to watch the show on VOP USA on the homepage. They've actually made it easier to watch the show now. So if you want to watch the show on the VOPUSARadio.com homepage, it's actually easier now, and you can create an account and log in, and you can actually comment on the show from there. And everybody else who comments on the show from any other platform where this show streams out to, and there are a shit ton of them, you can eventually, once everything is in its final form, eventually you'll be able to interact with all of the people in the chat, no matter if they're on YouTube.
That's going to be awesome.
This, that, or the other. So we'll be able to see all of the chat stuff in the centralized location. Anybody who wants to interact will be able to interact with everybody in a centralized location. But you can watch the show on VOPUSARadio.com now. You can watch the show now. You can create an account, log in, and interact on the chat right there. But it's not 100. It's the Death Star. It's not fully operational.
Right.
So in addition to that, like I said, we've also got we got our YouTube channel. We got Twitter and Twitch and all that shit, all that good stuff. We do still have. We do also live stream to Twitter. We've got that. Excuse me. Then we have Instagram. We have TikTok. Patreon is going to be now that we have merch. Patreon.
Yeah.
Patreon will probably be a little bit more active now that we have some merch. So we got that going on. Like he said, we do have the merch store now, so that's very cool. A reminder that coming up in about a month and a half. I know Jason already mentioned it once. We will be live, live and in person, and broadcasting live from the Nashville Rock and Pod Expo. We're going to be there as one of the live podcast exhibits. We'll be there in the zoo, so come see us. And don't feed the animals though. And then we will be broadcasting live from there. So if you're in the immediate area, you want to come by and say hi and shake hands, rub elbows, or any of those other euphemisms, you can kind of do that. So we've got a lot going on. Like Jason said, we've got interviews the next 3 weeks after this. We have merch. VOPusaradio.com is rapidly expanding. So we're getting out there and doing all that good stuff. We've got the expo coming up. So things are happening, and we appreciate all you guys because you're helping make it happen. So
that's right. Yep.
Dan and Ace and Tiff and
everybody
at USA and NC, everybody over at VOP.
So we appreciate everybody's hard work over there trying to get us, got us some merch started or whatever. We're still working on our own logo that we're actually going to go with at some point. But right now we got all of our stuff over there at the MetalHeads store at VOP usaradio.store/MHU. So.
Yeah, there will be eventually, and of course this is for all shows too. So it's not just for us. It's going to be VOP, VOP stuff in general. Then my brother's show is going to have his merch pretty soon.
Right.
We've already got ours, and even though we have our own merch, our line is going to slowly expand too to other. We'll have other designs and stuff like that too. So
we'll have our own stuff too on top of what they got. So.
Oh yeah,
and we don't mind sharing that with them, putting it on their store too. I don't mind that at all.
Not.
It's not that we're trying to branch out on our own or anything. We kind of are our own entity anyway. But we definitely appreciate the hard work VOP and everything's pushed to help us get where we are. So definitely can't leave them out from the hard work they put through. Ace
we absolutely would not be here without them. We know that. So
I think it was Carrie. Is Carrie the other one that helps Ace with the? I can't. God, I feel bad. I can't remember the other one's name, but I think that's right, but I can't remember.
I think so, but
they're both involved in all the website stuff, so it's pretty cool that they were able to do that. So anyway. I don't want to keep you on any longer than I have to. Thank you for stopping in. Thank you to Elvin for stopping by. Kind of
massive shout out to Elvin.
Yeah, we appreciate the interview, and it was really informative. I loved it. So
check out Spillage on all their socials. Spillage-online.com is their website. So check them out and give them a listen.
And like I said, come back here next week where we are going to be interviewing with Helivate. So I get that out in a minute. But yeah. So anyway, we hope to see you back here next week. And until then, keep those devil horns held high and jump in that pit anytime you can. See you next week.
Thank you guys. Have a good one.